Aude?
Oui, salut Benoît, tu m'entends?
Ouais, est-ce que tu peux pas venir sur le Zoom ici? Ça, c'est le live stream.
Ah, je suis pas sur le bon?
Tu peux aller sur Facebook si tu veux suivre le live stream.
Ah, d'accord. Ok,
Parce
ça
que
marche.
ce Zoom-ci, c'est le live
Ouais,
stream.
ok.
Je t'envoie un
Mais
petit
alors pour
lien.
la presse, ce sera quoi alors?
Comment?
Pour la présentation, ce sera quoi?
J'ai
Ce
envoyé un
sera...
mail hier à cet effet.
Ah, ok, excuse-moi. Je pensais que c'était
Pas de
le...
souci.
J'avais cru comprendre que c'était le même que d'habitude. Alors, je vais relire ton mail, j'ai pas dû bien le comprendre.
Pour le live stream, oui, mais on aimerait bien que vous vous connectiez d'abord sur une salle d'attente.
D'accord?
Parce que s'il y a 5 minutes de décalage, ça va être le bordel dans le live stream. Donc, il y a d'abord une salle d'attente. Et puis, on vous enverra, on vous dira maintenant, vous pouvez aller sur
Ok, ça
le
marche.
compte de Zoom.
Ok, très bien, ça roule. Bon, bah, je vais lire tout ça. À tout à l'heure,
Est-ce
Benoît.
que tu pourrais passer le mot aux extrapreneurs que tu connais personnellement?
Ouais, d'accord, pas de souci. Mais si normalement, si tu
Merci.
as envoyé le message, ils ont dû le voir. Mais
Oui, mais
je leur enverrai un
normalement,
petit mot, au moins pour mon équipe.
je connais déjà 2 extrapreneurs qui n'ont pas rejoint.
Compatibilité? D'accord. Bon, bah, ça marche. Écoute, j'envoie un petit mot à ceux que je connais, d'accord? Allez, à plus.
2, 1, go. Voilà, nous sommes live. We are live for this 9th Systemic Economy Summit. Welcome to all. Bienvenue à tous. Ça y est, nous sommes partis pour un marathon cet après-midi, hein, Laure. Donc, vous qui avez décidé de venir ici, c'est d'assister finalement à des témoignages, mais aussi vous-même de sortir des sentiers battus qui sont en échec impassablement. On va en discuter tantôt avec nos invités. Donc, vous qui osez différemment, qui voulez suivre vos intuitions après cette année et demie surréaliste, vous qui aimez co-créer, parlez à vos parties prenantes, privées, publiques, scientifiques, aux médias, servir le progrès de tous et de la société, régénérer les gens, régénérer la nature, mais l'économie aussi. Donc, nous allons être extrêmement pragmatiques aujourd'hui. Donc, ceci n'est pas une crise. Donc, 1 an et demi après ce choc finalement collectif que nous avons eu dans le monde entier, ceci, nous disons aujourd'hui au effort, ceci n'est pas une crise, ceci est un tsunami d'opportunités pour ceux qui ont envie de surfer, comme vous, plutôt que d'être restés en apnée, d'attendre que ça passe. Voilà, nous, on aime bien surfer. Est-ce qu'il y a des surfeurs parmi vous?
Non, un peu.
Je pense qu'il y en a quelques-uns qui nous regardent. En tout cas, toute l'équipe, nous surfons en équipe. Voilà, donc surfer sur ces mutations, sur ces changements de conscience collective, tant attendus, et dans la foulée, créer les modèles de demain, les modèles de société de demain, les modèles d'affaires de demain. Et donc, parmi ceux-là, nous avons des extrapreneurs et des clubbers. Donc, tout ça, ce sont des nouvelles races en émergence de gens bizarres, n'est-ce pas? On va vous en présenter quelques-uns aujourd'hui, qui présenteront une partie de leurs travaux cet après-midi. Donc, who are we? Who are we? We are surfers, but we are Club of Brussels and extrapreneurs. Club of Brussels is the head, is the thinking, the new ideas, new concepts, new models, new tools, new programs, and an executive training to prepare the next generation leaders.
Yay.
Okay, and a network of over 50 mastermind experts from really all over the world now, fabulous people, mostly academics and entrepreneurs, but you will meet some of them today, just after this introduction. Also, extrapreneurs, what is extrapreneurs is the hands. So we have the heads and the hands. The hands is what is the action, it's the field. It's an international living lab of co-creation in Triple Helix. What is Triple Helix? It's collaboration between companies, public services, and citizens. Work together. This is really the new way of doing. And those extrapreneurs, it's the 7th edition we finished last week. And the extrapreneurs today will, in the afternoon, in the second phase in French, will present their work. Okay, so now, for the first time, actually, we have this year, since New Year, exported our work to 3 continents. So extrapreneurs in 4 countries, and the executive training of the Club of Brussels, the clubbers in 8 countries. With also, today we will see a few people, a few of our mastermind who will do the debates from 4 countries. A surprise guest from Durban, South Africa, Ibrahim, that applied systemic economy in full silence. We discovered him a few weeks ago. He said, we did it, and he developed systemic economy in Durban, South Africa. So we're very happy to have him. Let's hope they will not have too many energy cuts for the moment. There are a lot of energy cuts in Durban. Also, our newest executive training piloted by Club of Brussels, co-branded with the Brussels School of Governance, Business School, has been unrolled twice since in this first semester. An evening course, 3 hours twice a week for 6 weeks, applying the theory and systemic tools on concrete business cases. Most of those business cases are live for the moment, are starting up. It's also a unique concept where we are, every paying tickets invites for free, completely free, a next generation leader like you, under 30 years old. So if you want, you can already go on the internet page of Club of Brussels. I think the team will put the links in the live. So now, so all the teams actually are intergenerational. It was fascinating to see that happening, those new ideas mixed with the experience on the field. And so it's completely inclusive. Extrapreneurs is what? It's a 9 weeks training program of 3 half days per week, where teams are answering challenges of companies or public services in systemic, collaborative, multi-solutions way. So if you want to know more, please stay with us, be with us. And actually this time in the 7th edition, we have pulverized all our records, and we have a few ex-extrapreneurs in the room, which we say, hi, Michel Pasteur is there, and all the extrapreneurs, a few of them are here. And we actually, 6 out of 8 projects are today or live or have the first clients, first alliances, first products in Belgium, France, Portugal, and Spain. So it's very exciting. People that didn't know each other before, knew nothing about systemics, nothing about the business, and created a proof of concept and a feasible business model. And all of them are, as I said, live with a real concrete traction. Since actually this morning, the 6th project has his first client. And we will talk about it, and we were very excited because like that, we are quite happy. In 9 weeks, so it's an absolute record-breaking time. Okay, it was not easy. It asked us quite some effort, and I'm very proud of the extrapreneurs who went through those 9 weeks, going through all those waves, and who went through the really ordeals. And I have to say that every project had to go through very difficult moments, and I'm really very impressed. I mean, I'm actually in awe of the intelligence and of the depth and of the humility of all the teams that went through all those ordeals to get where they are today. Really, there was really a shift that was, so that's very, very hope-giving, because we had to decondition our brainwashed brains actually in a very short time. So, and also we will have in the later afternoon a few testimonies, and also our extrapreneur Didier Lodoex, who will testimony with his project, his startup that actually nobody believed in. We were really laughed at. Nobody believed it. So, and he sold his first machinery, and he was on TV several times. He will testimony. He's completely in the flow now with this waste management project, metabolism. In the next edition, in the 8th edition, from 4 October on, October, November 2021, will still be in French. We have a few very exciting surprises. We are working on it. It will be a really revisited Extrapreneurs edition, also international. You can go on the website to start to register, and the team will take your registrations from now on. And from spring 2022, the 9th edition will start also in English. Let's hope so. And with also the next edition of the executive training. And I will finish with that. The executive training, the 3rd edition will start on 13 September. You can also register from now on. Okay, in the first part of the summit, in this afternoon will be in English, 4 debates managed by Laure. Who just finished, you just finished your studies, right?
Yeah,
just finished your studies, and actually she represents a lot of people. Laura represents actually the whole generation Z and Alpha generation, next generation. So that's why we wanted to have you. I'm very happy. So big responsibility.
Yeah.
So, and you will ask tough questions to our generation. Yeah. Tough and pragmatical questions. You're pragmatic, you're also a dreamer, but you're also very with your foot very strong on earth. Yeah. That's what we need today, right?
I guess.
Okay, with 8 great people, as I said, that's the game. So actually now to finish with this small information, this winter 21-22 will be actually the real wake-up call for all of us. Planetary. In Europe, 1,800 billions will be poured into our shocked economy by Europe. And so actually the question is, what can we truly expect from those plans, from the member states, and what not? That's the big question. Yeah. Will that be enough or not? That's one of the subjects. In other words, are we naive enough to believe that printing money in billions is going to be enough to build the next regenerative economy or not? We have our answer in mind, but okay. So now place to the debates. Challenges, solutions. There will be as much challenges as solutions, proposals, so don't worry. It's going to be very optimistic. And Laure, the floor is yours. So please introduce us our first guests.
Thank you very much, Michel. So our first guest today, well, we don't have that much time, so I will not go into the extensive CVs of all our distinguished speakers, unfortunately, but we're very happy to have them, and I will briefly introduce them. So for the first debate, we're very honored to welcome Alizée Lozac-Meur. Alizée, she is the co-founder of Make Sense. Make Sense is a project incubator and a fund for projects with a social and environmental impact. So I read Alizée has, well, with Make Sense, obviously, has supported 8,000 projects in the past 10 years, and they are implemented in 100 different cities and 45 countries. We are also very, very happy to have Thibaut Verbiest. Thibaut is an internet, fintech, and blockchain lawyer and an expert. I hear you have traveled a lot for your job geographically, but I also heard you have traveled internally and spiritually as well. So we will be very happy to hear about that. Thibaut will stay with us until 2:30, and after that, Michel will jump into this duo. So let's get started. If you're here, all of you, you're more than probably aware that the regeneration of our planet will take time and cost money. The Club of Brussels here has calculated a very interesting figure for us. And they calculated that the debt my generation is going to be left with amounts to 9 trillion euros. In other words, my generation of taxpayers are left with a burden of 20 times Belgium's GDP. So that's not a great deal for us. What's also funny is that I couldn't help but notice that some people of the generation above, the generation X and above, love to say that, Laure, your generation it's really going to be the one that will save the world, you know? To which I always want to reply, well, that's kind of an easy way out there. So you can guess where I'm going. My question is for you, Alizée and Thibaut. How can the generations that are actually responsible for implementing a destructive system help us help my generation and motivate my generation and the next ones to tackle the challenges that will come in series, sorry. And if it is possible, how can my generation to some extent refuse the social and environmental heritage? Welcome Thibaut, welcome Alizée. You haven't heard my introduction of yourself, I guess.
Just the end.
Just the end, okay. And Thibaut, you haven't heard?
Yeah, I've heard everything
okay.
you said. And thanks for the nice words, by the way.
Okay, great. So my question for you, if I don't know if Thibaut or Alizée, you want to answer first. So it would be, if my generation, if it's possible, how can it, to some extent, refuse the social and environmental heritage that we're left with?
Alizée, you first. Lady first.
Oh, when we were talking, you said you were talking first. Well, first, my first thing is, really, I don't think that a generation is just one. And so I think it's really hard to answer to is the generation, will it accept or not? Because I think the generation is really like, we have several profiles and really the youths are really different. So I think that some of the youths are really willing to fight against this heritage and build a new world, but I'm not sure this is the case of 100% of you and of them. So yeah, I think this is in those details and in those differences that we can like really see what we can do. Thibaut, if you want to go.
Yeah, it's difficult to give one answer to such a question, because, as you said, to generalize by saying that's one generation with the same aspiration, it's probably not exactly true, and we are only able to understand the situation from our own lenses, which are very narrow. So I can speak just based on my own experience. What I can say is that if I try to compare my own aspiration when I was the same age, 30 years ago, and my kids, because I have now a daughter, she's 20, so and my other kids are younger, so they are from the same generation, and my students who have the same age, I noticed that the willingness to dedicate themselves to something which is meaningful to them, a social cause, or is much higher, I would say. I don't remember that when I was 20, basically I wanted, of course I wanted to make a contribution, but I was, like my parents, mostly interested in financial security, I would say. And I'm very impressed by those young adults that make a choice to go to a purpose-driven startup sometimes, or can be their own startup, or joining a company because they believe it's purpose-driven, rather than joining a big company. Or, of course there are many different profiles, and you will find a great variety of young adults. But I would say that I think that's probably a tendency that you can observe, is that if you, with that generation, if you just come up with as a horizon, like, look, we're gonna make a lot of money, it's not enough. In that sense, I think that it should make us very optimistic for the future. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you want to bounce back on this, Alizé. Are you sharing the same observation? Purpose-driven generation?
Well, I think there is a part of this generation that is more purpose-driven than maybe the oldest, and I've seen it because I was in a business school like 10 years ago, and it was really like, it was the end of the finance master it was a bit the end of the really big fame of the finance master, but it was really like entrepreneurship that was on top of all the choices from the students. And now it's more and more social entrepreneurship or social business or responsibility. So it's starting to grow, and what is happening now in those schools is really different than what was happening 10 years ago. So yeah, I think, and we see also in companies where the youth that want to enter a company are really asking for commitments and for engagements from the companies, and the HR department are sometimes really confused because they have some questions that they didn't have like 5 or 10 years before. So I think this is really something interesting, but we still need to be cautious, not to say this is a whole generation. And especially we have 2 elements in France. For the presidential election that are coming, for the moment, the youth between 18 and 30, the first party where the youth will vote is a no vote. So like the majority of the youth are not planning to go and vote for the presidential election in France. I think this is really, really like frightening. And the second party, so the first real party, it's the extreme right party. And so even I think it's more and more polarized, meaning that we have a generation, and maybe the more educated and the wealthiest, that are really concerned about environment mainly, but maybe also a bit about like social issues and racism and etc. But this is a part that is going further than the older generation, but also another part of the youth that are disgusted by politics, for instance, or a bit by companies, but they don't have the choice. They need to go and work. But yeah, and that maybe this other part is going the other way. And what is concerning me today, is the biggest part going on the other side. And we see it in the media, in the not in the television right now, but in the social networks, that we have a lot of messages that are really frightening. And so we are in a moment where we have to fight to make sure that the majority of this generation will have the will to take action and to go and find purpose in their jobs, in their daily lives, etc., etc.
And how do you, I mean, Alizé, what do you do with make sense to make sure that this part of the generation goes on the right track? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I also say the right track. I don't know if it's the right way to do it, but I mean, in the path that we propose. So what at Make Sense, our purpose is to empower anyone that wants to take action and build more inclusive and sustainable societies. We work with companies and entrepreneurs, but we work also a lot with the youth. And the objective is to inspire and enable anyone that is that any people that know that there is some social issues out there, that the environment is at stake, etc., and to give them the tools and also the team to take action. And so we have like a media, we have a lot of trainings and a lot of short programs where people learn how they can commit themselves and how they can take action. And it can be taking action with some nonprofits. It can be taking action by changing jobs and going in a more purposeful job, or it can be taking action by starting a social enterprise. And I think so we are offering a lot of different ways to contribute. And what we are thinking right now, it's exactly what I was mentioning. What do we do with politics? Because we are not at all a political party, and we are not working with political party. But we understand more and more that it's great to change civil society. It's great to change companies, and we need that. But we also need to change our public institutions and how we build the law and how we build the political society. So for the moment, we have no action there, and maybe we won't have any action there, but still it's a question we are having, and I think it's important to mention it.
Okay, thank you very much. I also have another question for to bounce back on what you said, Thibaut, because you talked about the fact that the generation of, well, my age and I guess your daughters, we are trying to look for more sense and less. It's true, we are less thinking about the financial security and the fact that we want to make loads of money. But sometimes I feel like it might be biased to, well, from you said it, it's your point of view. We probably have the luxury to think like that because we had this financial security from our parents and still up till today. So we actually have the space to think in terms of social and environmental impact. And we have the luxury to think, oh, I don't care about the money, but I mean, we have probably never been in this situation where you don't have any. So my question is, how can we maybe do, or how can we empower these populations and classes of people, maybe popular and middle class, who had less of that luxury, and how can they take time and want to chip in the effort?
Yeah, it's a good question. Of course, as you may guess, I will not come up with a miraculous solution like this. And I think the key element that, to answer your first question about the acceptance or refusal by the new generation of the existing system, is the financial system, because it's also a way to answer your question, is that I do believe that the new generation is the first generation after centuries that will probably reject the existing financial system and come up with a new one. And the emergence of cryptocurrencies, it's just the very beginning, because it's that new generation understands more and more how that financial system works. It takes a certain personal investment to understand how it works. It's not that easy. Also because many things are being taken for granted and they are never challenged. But that new generation challenge everything, and including the financial system that for us, for our parents, was taken for granted as something which was supposed to be a natural system. It's not a natural system. The financial and banking system is completely artificial, unfair, and the number one problem of that system is that it is conceived to generate more money for those who have already a lot of money. And so the money doesn't circulate in the real economy. And if you take a model that I like very much, Bernard Lietaers, who was my mentor, he used the analogy of yin and yang, and masculine and feminine, to explain that our financial system is very masculine. It's not bad to be masculine, but if you have only a masculine energy, it's not balanced and it's not resilient. And so our financial system is very masculine, very young and efficient. The more money you have, the more money you will make, and through the financial system. And it's not yin meaning that it's not a system, a financial system, which is designed for the circulation of the money. That's the yin, exchange. The money should be exchanged. And so you have 99% of the money in the world, which is actually, accumulated within a few hands and doesn't leave the financial system, and that creates a lot of unacceptable situations, of course, and that new generation doesn't accept it. And we can talk a lot about things are not equal, not fair, etc. But if we want to change the world, we of course there are many things we need to change, and starting with ourselves. That's the very beginning, and be the change you want to see in the world. That's the very, very beginning, of course. But if you want to be concrete, and if you want to find a leverage, you start with the financial system. You start with the money, the way we exchange goods and services, the way we value what we do. That's the end, because I see a new screen.
Yes, we were a bit
I need
distracted,
to
but it's
leave
fine. It was
in a few seconds anyway, so sorry for...
okay. Well, then thank you very much for your very wise words, I must say.
Thank you.
Okay. What?
Does the session continue for 15 minutes more or not?
So Thibaut, we are going to let you go, and
thanks for inviting me.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good continuation. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye.
And
Michel, bye bye.
Thank you, man. Thanks a lot.
So now Michel is going to take Thibaut's place. Sorry.
Thank you, Thibaut, and I'm very happy, Alizé, to have you with us. I'm very, very happy actually, because my question is actually, as you are working now with this beautiful young generation, aware generation, basically the whole question is how to join hands, because your generation is not going to do all of it alone, definitely. How to join hands between a generation, my generation, which is actually most of the time, and I lost all my naivety on the willingness of my generation to do something about it. It's like, yeah, okay, give me a little bit of green paint. who are really waiting for their pensions and don't want to bother their brains too much, and a young generation, yours, who was already well brainwashed and still today brainwashed by mine. When I look at how in those schools that you work with, still today, economical models are actually brought that are part of the problem, that created the problem, I'm quite shocked. And how to join hands and decondition, de-brainwash your generation and to join hands. Basically, that's my question, Alizé, to you. And how do you look at it? And what did you see succeed?
Well, I don't know if I have the answer, but I can give some ideas I have on that. I think it's really like a cultural question. And I think that for most of the problems that we're facing, we need to change people and the ways they interact together. Because as for technical solutions, we have them, and we know, and we've seen that in periods of war, of whatever, or in periods of pandemic, we can find the means, we can find the money. Like, this is not a problem. We just need to have the will to do it. First, I think we need to deconstruct some stereotypes we have on generation, that the youth, they just care about partying and themselves, and the old, they are not agile and whatever. So I think we need to deconstruct that, and also to learn to work with different people. And I think it's not just in between generations, because it's really hard to work with people that are not from the same background, like social backgrounds, or even like education or training. So this is something about like developing new skills that are really necessary, about like empathy, about problem solving, about conflict management. And this is something we do a lot, because we bring volunteers together to build and animate programs and events. And we train them on how to facilitate a meeting, how to use digital tools. But the main thing that we learn, that we teach them, it's about, and we show them, it's about how do you manage a group, how do you manage a conflict, and how do you build things together, even if you don't agree at the beginning. I think this is one thing. And even further, it's how do we organize our organizations with a S, meaning like how do we organize our companies and the governance within the companies? How do we share the power, and how do we share the creation of wealth? How do we organize our political systems? And today we have really like a top-down approach, meaning like the boss says what we have to do, like the mayor or the president of the republic is telling us the way. And it's true that it's sometimes hard for people to say, okay, I'm autonomous and I can contribute and I can give my ideas and it can have an impact. And I think more and more, and I've been working on social entrepreneurship for 10 years. And at the beginning, we were really saying it's a company that puts social or environmental impact at the core of the business. But more and more, I think this is needed, but this is not everything. And really, how do you share the power, and how do we share the wealth in companies, in nonprofit, in the states even? It's really one of the core of the problem. And it's harder because we need to change really the mental models that we have inside, and how do we see like relationships and power. And I'm afraid that without this work, we will just like solve maybe like the problem at the top, but not the roots of the problems that we have today.
In a way, it would be that urgency, like you said, during the war, you know, it's a kind of war we are in. The urgency makes the opportunity and makes the obligation to get together and to get along with those new tools that you say. If we are too comfortable, okay, there's no motivation to do whatsoever about the way we are working.
The real problem, it's about like when you have a war, you see the army, like it's a country or it's several countries, you see the army, they are coming to you and you see them. With the environmental problem or even some social issues, you don't see them. And yes, you have some disaster, but it's not in your country, or even when it's in your country, it's easy to have other reasons. And so the real question is, how do we make this problem really tangible? And how do we build the alignment in between everybody saying, okay, we are all facing the same danger. So whatever it costs, we need to fight together. And today we are not fighting together against the problem. We're fighting in between each other. So
That's true.
And what are the tools, maybe the concrete tools you have found to like you said, put the human first, and how do we share the power? How do we work together? How do we reevaluate empathy and values like that? Have you found have you seen tools that actually really work on the ground, on the field?
yeah. Well, so at Make Sense, we engage volunteers and entrepreneurs, but ourselves, our own organization, we are 120 employees and in different countries and 80 in France. And so within our own organization, we are a small laboratory where we test many things. And we are really inspired by the holacracy methodologies, and even more than the holacracy, the theory by Frédéric Laloux, who has wrote a book, Reinventing Organization. So if you want to see a living example of an organization inspired by him, we are there. And you have a lot of tools it's not about like horizontal or whatever, it's about how do you decentralize the power, and how do you make anyone able to have the power if they have the right, it's not even about skills, but it's everybody can take a decision, but there is a process to take a decision. Everybody can decide of their own evolution or the evolution of their projects, but there are some process to put in place. And I think this is something I've learned. It's the more you want to have like a decentralized organization and power making, etc., the more processed and organized you need to be. Because when you are really vertical, it's quite easy. At the end of the day, it's the manager and then the boss that decides. So you don't need too many processes. But when you want everybody, like it needs to be really, really organized. And so we are using a lot the advice process solicitation to enable anyone to take a decision by taking the advice of the people that are concerned by the decision. And also sometimes a decision by consent, that is also interesting. So yeah, there are a lot of tools. And then the issue is not about the tool itself, but how do you train people to use the tools? Because those are not things and attitudes that we learn at school, actually. So you need to deconstruct the way you act to build a new way to take decision.
Thank you. Michel, have you seen on your field what tools were effective?
Concrete tools. In my vision, to reconnect also to join the dots of the generation is, in my belief, I can be very, very pragmatical also, is to show that it works and show that this a new system, a new way of thinking and working is more profitable and more creates more added value than an accumulation-based way of thinking. And so at Extrapreneurs, what we do is we look at the problems, look at the challenges, and the more it's complicated, the more we're excited, and we say, let's go and do it. And the more it's impossible, the more we're excited. And yes, and so this, I think reconnecting the dots is to show that creating multiple added value is creating more traction for stakeholders, more attraction for talent, and more profitable, and creates jobs. If we are not able to show that a new philosophy of economy is creating jobs, then we are, I think, wasting time, unfortunately. So we have to show, and that's really the exercise, to go to the bottom and to find the best in class, and to share them and to show them all the beautiful examples we have since 10 years done with Make Sense. And we had a few examples that actually testimonied in the fourth or fifth systemic economic summit coming out of your incubator. Beautiful examples. We have to show those examples and show that it works, show that it creates jobs, and it's more desirable and actually more profitable. Because if you share resources, and especially underused resources, it's much more efficient. And I think one of the keys is, when I'm looking into your generation, is not to lose engagement of your generation. It's that they don't lose hope. We will come back to it in another of those debates, but it's really of capital importance to keep your generation engaged, to say, okay, let's do this, let's deal with this.
And if I can add something, it's about how also do you manage fear and anger, because the more and more we are starting, and I'm not the generation, but I see some of them. We are angry. They are angry about like we now have the problem in front of us, and nobody is doing, so nobody
cares.
And I think it's also like a real individual work to do and to learn how to do.
Thank you, Alizé, because to put up this thing, because actually we are terrorized, because we know, because we can calculate, and Laure will come up with some very hard figures, 2030, it's all, and we are terrorized because of these multiple challenges ahead. Not just one challenge, it's multiple challenges. We have 2 more minutes to close. Multiple challenges, and our generation is terrorized because as a leader, when you're a pilot and all the cadrans are flashing orange and red, we are not used to complexity management. That's why we have to learn also, our generation, together with yours, to manage multiple complex issues in a systemic way. You can conclude, Alizé, if you want, because I think we have 1 more minute to the next.
Yeah, okay. To conclude, so, well, I think one part of this generation is more and more aware, and my main point would be not to be too naive, as you mentioned, and not saying, okay, the youth, they will change because they are on the streets for Fridays for Future, and really look at the numbers, because the other side, they are looking at the numbers and they are looking at all the youth they have on their side. And so, and this is something we do believe makes sense, is that we need to take action, but really we need also to learn how we mobilize around us and how we go and find new people in our families, in our schools that are not engaged, or even that have contrary views, to go and talk to them, understand why do they believe in their ideas, and try to build a dialogue, so that we are not just in our bubble fighting alone and missing what is happening on the other side. So this will be my so go out of the streets, talk to people, talk to the others, to see how you can convince maybe more people to take action.
Thank you, Alizé. We have 1 more minute. Maybe I can just slip also one last piece. I think also, Alizé, that we have to respect where we come from, and do with the resources we have. And like that, we can actually join hands and create a soft mutation instead of refusing and destroying. Burned land, yeah, 1 minute. Burned land is a methodology, and we have seen in the past that there were a lot of dead and wounded. This is not what we want. We want a soft transition. I think one way is to respect where we come from, like the tree would respect its roots, and like that create a soft mutation. So voilà, Laure.
Soft but efficient.
Soft but efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alizé, for your input. It was very interesting to hear you. Good continuation.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for inviting me.
Hope we can meet you in live someday.
Thank you so much, Alizé.
Bye-bye. Ciao.
Thank you. So for this second debate, I'm going to jump into it immediately because we don't have so much time. So we're very glad to have Guillaume Gosse with us. Does he hear me already or not yet? No, he's not. Okay. Guillaume, well, we thank Guillaume to have accepted our invitation on this very tough subject. Guillaume is a real estate developer and expert at Immobel. He's going to hopefully give us more insight on what's going on inside this enormous business. Then we have Amine Belemli. Amine is a professor and a systemic expert from Casablanca at the just finishing a PhD at Paris Dauphine. And I heard Amin, out there he is, has a lot of experience in urban development and collective intelligence of village and city development. Hi, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Yes, great. Hello, nice to meet you. So we're still waiting for Guillaume.
Guillaume is online. Amin is not there yet.
Hi, Guillaume, sorry.
Yeah. Hi, Guillaume.
Hello, nice to meet you all.
Thank you, because Guillaume was a last minute keynote. It was tough to find somebody who would address that question. And I think Amin is on the way. From far away Casablanca, sunny.
Yeah.
He must be very hot. Maybe that's why.
Yeah. So I mean, you, Guillaume, sorry, you are. Right. Yeah. So I'll just start. Oh, hello.
Voilà.
We have our last.
Oh,
Can you hear us?
yeah, perfectly fine.
Great. Thank you for being with us. So I have introduced you very shortly both, but we're going to jump into the debate already because we don't have that much time. So we remembered our policymakers have been setting goals for 2030, and the major one was to reduce CO2 emissions by 55%, if I'm not mistaken, by 2030. Now, if that's going to happen, well, if it were to happen, we would need to renovate 95% of real estate and infrastructure. Since the climate marches, we've been renovating at a rate of around 1% a year in Belgium. But if we want to be compliant to the goals, we would have to renovate at a rate of 12% a year. Now, when we know that renovating 1 square meter costs around 1,500 euros, a quick calculation would be that it would cost almost 2,000 billion euros for a country like Belgium, which is, as of my knowledge, not money we have. And it would also take a lot of time, which is also something we don't have that much. So the question is actually, the decision makers have taken these policies, and or they can probably not calculate, or they are probably incompetent, or they are just lying. I mean, it's not going to happen, this 95% of a renovation. So how and with whom? Because we know that there is a lack of 400,000 people in the sector regarding the workforce. So how and with whom, and how long will it take to get to the renovations we need to do by 2030? I don't know who wants to jump in first.
Guillaume would like to give a first.
Okay, with pleasure. My first answer will be that we are doing quite very good thing in durability, in renovation, and more in the new building. The new construction is very efficient, and we have in Belgium a strong regulation for the new building. And we've seen that since the crisis of the COVID-19, the expectation of the market from a tenant and investor point of view is now even more. They have more expectation than the regulation, because they really want a carbon neutral building, which is for the new building aspect, I think, a very important element. But as we all know, the new buildings represent only a small part of the real estate market, and the huge concentration and the huge amount of money which has to be invested in that area is the main problem and the main goal. Just to bring a small, it's not a correction, but it's my personal meaning. 1,500 euro is the price of a new construction in Belgium. So that price is very, very, very high. And I think we can already do huge improvements with very smaller budgets, with like 200, 300 euro per square meter, which can help us to isolate the building, and also, for instance, to remove the fossil energy use by adding solar cells at pump, and by monitoring the consumption of electricity, water, and so on.
Okay, so you feel that there is a real how do you say that? They really want from the sector, they really want to get to a more efficient building and renovations, but it's still, you said, a very small part of the infrastructure and real estate. So are there things that are put in place to broaden that part of the real estate that is getting into renovation?
Yes, I think it's now 10 or 15 years ago, the Belgian government obliged to give energetical performance certificate for all transactions, for all real estate assets in Belgium. At the beginning, it was a pure assessment, but with the time, our authorities are just collecting a lot of information and are really building a cadastre of the situation in Belgium. And from that perspective, they will, I think, begin to act. There will be many leverage possible. It can be taxes, it can be tax cutting, it can be a mix between them. So there are a lot of possibilities, but the timing of 2030 is quite not long for real estate renovation and for such a huge objective. So that's not that easy.
Okay. Do you have some views on the same question?
Yeah, I think maybe we can just I think the complexity of this huge task, which, as it seems, hasn't succeeded, taken from a technicist standpoint. A lot of money, a lot of incentives, programs driven by different bodies of the states or the EU haven't been able so far. To get the right traction and a significant impact. So I think this invites us to change our mental model or software in the way we approach urban renovation. If we take a purely technicist standpoint, we're missing really, I think, the whole. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm still there.
Yeah, it seems that we have a connection issue. Hello? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Okay, I don't see them anymore. Okay.
We lost you for a moment.
Yeah.
Can you hear us fine now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I thought I lost you.
No, it's okay. Actually, we were there, but okay.
Okay.
Never mind. So what I was trying to say is that we need to change the paradigm. Okay. And I think this is the whole point of this summit. So there are some, let's say, some paths that we can take, or experimentations that we can get inspired with. I think what we're missing in these type of projects, renovation projects, is the intellectual horsepower part, the design part, the diagnostic part. There needs, it's a portion of the projects that usually get skimmed or restricted to the minimum, while there is a tremendous value to get out of proper diagnosis, like climate profiling of the buildings or the urban area we are looking into, building orientation, zooming in the worst offenders from a thermodynamic standpoint. Where are the leaking points? Landscape analysis, trying to see with the biosphere surrounding the buildings what can be done. And obviously, we need to be surgical, it's laser focused. And taken from a thermodynamic standpoint, with the proper level of analysis, we could, like the acupuncture, we could do some urban acupuncture and zooming in or focusing on some very fragile points that could change the thermic profile of the building. There is also this whole still emerging sustainable by design engineering, meaning that we reposition the buildings or the building within its larger ecosystem and biosphere surroundings and roads and so on. This means that we could, do some change the the thermic print just by using the positioning of trees or alleys of trees, etc. That gives a tremendous impact on the overall thermic profile. Another perspective, this comes down also to material, using local material as much as possible. There is a whole, as part of the diagnosis and analysis part, there is also the sociological, urban sociology part, meaning that we need to understand the behaviors. What are the patterns of behaviors that generate this carbon imprint or impact on the environment, and this couldn't be done outside a significant involvement of the stakeholders, of the citizens, of the civil society itself. They need to take full ownership of these projects. If we try to impose from a top-down perspective, major renovation projects, we might. This comes with a lot of constraints, with irritants for the daily life of the citizens. So they need to understand the why, the purpose, and if they're involved, they might come up. They're the best placed to know how they're living, what are their needs, and what kind of smart, frugal ideas that could be performed.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think it's a very interesting point, and it's a question that I ask myself a lot as well. Is, do you think the citizens themselves lack of interest and lack of probably knowing the importance of their input, or is it the other way around, that probably maybe the governments don't really take it seriously? Kind of, I'm going to give a concrete example. I have followed the new metro line that is being put in Brussels, and there is a lot of people, a lot of citizens actually don't want this metro line to be put between Gare du Midi and another place that goes just under Stalingrad, because it's right now completely stopping the retail at the moment. So they're really against it, but still it's still going on. And I have other examples about this. So do you think it's a lack of political engagement from the citizens, or the other way around? Because what I'm seeing now is that the citizens are quite engaged, but they're just not listened to.
That's a fair point. I think it's really, we're missing the link between both worlds. I think that there are two worlds, institutional or political world and the citizen world. And the intermediary institutions are really not doing their work properly. I think there is a tremendous issue of translation of the different logics of interest, of the different logics of actors and stakeholders. Let me give you the example. You took the example of metro. Let me shift to another continent, to Medellin in South America. And they worked on transportation. There was a major issue that divided the city in two. you know, the rich city and the poor city, the rich side and the poor side. And they really get close to sorry to say, gangs, to local associations and NGOs, to groups of citizens, and sitting with them and trying to understand how they live the thing exactly. And what is it that they're missing? What is it that the public policies are missing? And sometimes it just needs, you know, to rebuild trust. Sometimes there is mistrust between the different, you know, parties, and mobilizing a hybrid set or plural set of stakeholders coming from the top or the bottom on an experimental project. Maybe it could be a leverage point to reignite the confidence. If I can add another perspective from all what has been mentioned, is the business model. I think it's really important, and I think we could gain a lot from the ESCO model, you know, the energy service company model. It's still emerging, but there is maybe a whole business to be thought of to provide. Let's say to have new breed of ESCOs that include you know, energy saving projects, retrofitting, energy infrastructure outsourcing, etc., with mechanisms that maybe include a whole range of applicable equipments configured, you know, in a way to reduce the energy cost of a building. And I think they will be best placed. I mean, let's take an example. A building costs like 5K euros of energy per month. After like 3 or 4 months of proper analysis, and there are the tools for that, they could come up with a reduction to 1K euros, but they'll be paid 5K for like 5 years. Let me just give simply an example. And after like 5 years or X years, the payback will be performed with a significant margin, and then the inhabitants or the state that owns the building or private company, whatever, gets back a building that costs only 1K. You see what I mean? So I think we could be innovative, combining things in a symbiotic way, like biosphere stuff, technosphere stuff, and social sphere stuff. Meaning that it's not. We should be innovative in the way we combine, integrate from a systemic, holistic way these different components, including an economic part. If we miss it, I mean, it's not going to be sustainable.
Thank you very much. I have another question. So I have several questions for you, Guillaume. So that's one question from the internet. Someone asked, how do you renovate the building? Yes, for 200 euros per square meter. So that's one first question. And then I have another one, because we were talking about private real estate, but what about the public real estate? Because in the private real estate, I think everyone knows the budget is there, like we could have what's needed, but when it regards the public buildings, who will do it, and who will, at what cost? Who is going to pay for that?
Okay, for the first question, maybe I gave a wrong explanation. I was just saying that 1,500 is a big amount, and that's the building that you need to build a new house. 200 is of course almost nothing, but I was just saying that with a budget of 200 euro per square meter for a house of 200 square meter, it's 40,000 euro. With that amount, you can already start a good renovation for a house, because one of the main points is the financing for a family, for a citizen. Okay, everyone is very aware of the carbon impact that we need to bring and we need to improve in our society. But on our scale, what can we do and with which amount? Because in a sense, you can, okay, be aware and you know that we have to change our way of living and we have to reduce our carbon emission. But on the day-to-day basis, it's a big amount of money, 40,000 euro for a family. And I think the housing market for the existing apartment and house is the main target for such a renovation and carbon reduction. For the public building and the public policy, that's a difficult problematic. This has to be handled by the politics with a long-term strategy. I will give a very good example because my office is located on the Place Poulart in Brussels, and I'm just next to the Palais de Justice of Brussels. The Palais de Justice is under renovation for, I think, 40 years now. I never saw it without before the renovation, and it's very, very big enough for all the justice department of the federal administration and also the regional one. But because they don't have enough budget to renovate the building, they are renting just on the place on the Poulart Square. They're renting for 20, and they paid, I think, per year 20 million euro in location. And just in the other side of the square, they have enough surfaces, and it's just they don't have the amount to renovate the building to avoid to pay that loan. So I don't know the answer now, but the financing on the long term is really the key aspect, and which is difficult to understand. We can maybe the private sector is always ready to assist and make with the administration, for instance, sales and leaseback contract. But on the other way, it's quite not bad that the authority and the Belgian government can stay owner of this building. But that's pure strategy question for me.
And what about well, in English it must be the same, PPPs, private, public, and
Partnerships.
Partnerships.
EBSCOs are examples of PPPs. The energy saving companies, that's absolutely.
The ESCOs.
EBSCOs, yeah.
Okay.
So maybe, I mean, if you want to answer that question.
No, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I don't have a lot of experiences with the PPP. I know that it's quite we use them a lot in Belgium, in Europe for some years. But there are advantages and disadvantages. The risk on the long term is that the private sector get more money than the public sector in that kind of partner. And in a sense, it can really help the public sector to realize his ambition and his development. But yes, yeah. For instance, I am one example. I think is in France, the renovation of the high-speed train line between Paris and Bordeaux. It's a partnership between private and public companies, if I'm not wrong. And the negotiation of the contract was very, very difficult because on the long term, in a sense, at the beginning of the project, to make the project, they need money, and the government doesn't always have that money to realize that project. But on the long term, the contract, we see that the private part is taking a lot of money from the contract. So at the end, I'm not fully convinced about the PPP. That's where I want to conclude. Sometimes it can be okay. Sometimes it's not very, very effective and very good. But maybe, I mean, you have much better experience than I have with PPP.
There are some countries that are more advanced than others. For example, coming back to PPPs in urban regeneration and urban transformation using PPPs, I think there are a lot of interesting experiments in Italy to look after. But when we, sorry to come back to this ESCO thing, energy saving companies use mostly for lighting, for example, but it could go beyond. In this case, I mean, ownership of the building remains the same. intact, and it's cost neutral for the owning entity, whether a state state agency or whatever, and they continue to pay the same amount for certain duration, and then the whole investment has, once it's been paid back by the cost differentiation, they get back with they come out with the significant drop in the costs. So I think it's really worth investigating or exploring potential innovative ways to leverage this ESCO model or as a vehicle for urban regeneration and transformation. I think it's just a way to explore.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so I would just like to bounce back on something you said about the trust we have in the government. Someone asked, do you think this collapse of trust is not a temporary issue, but a systemic civilization human thinking collapse?
That's a wonderful question. I think it goes beyond, hard to answer though. I think it goes well beyond this COVID outbreak, right? It's I think it's a structural trend, and I think representative democracy is in crisis in its in its current form. So it's a bit of a challenge. However, you know, when you come back to this smart city buzz or trend, let's say, there is the let's say I'm gonna really be a bit of a caricatural commentator. The American way is a bit solution driven. It's a solutionist way of promoting smart cities, meaning solutionist, meaning I have a solution, who's got the right problem for it, which is, I mean, it should be the other way around.
Yeah.
While there is an emerging, and I think it's going to be thriving in the next decade, an emerging school of thought, more European, that is socially smart cities. Once again, it comes down to the fact that our buildings or our city areas, they're not administrative things, objects. They're common good. And they come down to the communities that live within it. So they might not be experts, but they're experts in the living, right?
Exactly.
And I think one of the great challenges is to instill this notion within the minds of the public authorities or public policymakers that they need to listen to what comes from the ground, not think instead of them. I mean, people.
So
yeah, I mean,
you're saying
dialogues.
You're saying we have to create, well, rebuild the city for the citizens and not for, well, I guess for capital attraction and so on. So that actually in the end kind of a little bit joins what you said, Guillaume, is that, well, in the end, the PPPs for you might be a risky solutions because as we've seen, well, most of the time or sometimes, I don't have enough experience in that, but in a lot of cases, the profit that is behind gets more, I mean, more importance, and the public, the private sector gets more money out of this. So it's probably getting out of these logics to create a really social city, I guess, and co-create them with the citizens.
If I can elaborate on this one, we mentioned PPPs, ESCOs, and so on. Why not considering? I think in Denmark or in Germany there are some interesting experiences.
I'm just going to interrupt you. So we have 1 minute, so you can close with that if that's fine by you.
I mean, why not going for citizen-driven or owned experiments like co-ops? cooperatives, energy saving cooperatives. Why not? If we can have enough experimentations with the state facilitation and grants, why not? For the engineering part, it could be a good, let's say, POC, proof of concept for future experimentations.
Okay. Okay. Would you like to add something to close quickly, Guillaume?
Yes, just it was about the just previous explanation of, I mean, concerning the way we are reinventing our cities for the citizen. That's really a trend we observe in Brussels, for instance. All the project has to be very mixed project now, and we try to reintegrate qualitative residential in all neighborhood, even in offices neighborhood, to bring back a mix in the city. And with the COVID-19, we observe that there are some people just leaving the city, but there are other people staying in the city that are really enjoying it. And with the concept of 15-minute city, we see that with the disparition of and the vision of the administration to remove a lot of the car in Brussels, we will have in the next years cities which are really improving in quality for the citizen. You will be able to get anything you want at 10-15 minutes for where you live. And on a pure, I think, carbon impact, I'm sure that the citizen does have a less impact than the people living in the neighborhood. Because when you live in an apartment, instead of having a big house or a small house for yourself, you don't need your car. You can do everything you want with a bike. And on the long term, I think we must preserve the natural area we still have, and to make more density in the city while keeping a very good quality of life for the citizen.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Time is up, unfortunately. Thank you for your input. It was very and have a nice day further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. On applaudit. Okay, so for the next ones joining us for our third debate are Serge Strobans. Serge has a military background as an officer. Serge shifted careers a few years ago to manage the economics and peace operations in Brussels. He's an expert in geographical systemic risk management and is thus working with systemic risks. We also have Anne Sneek. Anne, you are an expert researcher. Hi, welcome both. You're a researcher and one of the Flemish experts in systemic economy, systemics. Thank you so much for being with us today. Serge, welcome. I have introduced you first. I don't know if you heard my brief introduction of you.
I could hear you, thank you.
Okay, that's great.
Kept it short, it's very good.
Thank you. So we'll jump into the debate immediately. So the question we have here is how much money will we need? How much money will we really need for the post-COVID or post whatever world we would like to create, actually? So right now, the relaunch for Belgium is 7 billion. Now, sometimes I have the feeling that politicians have this tendency to segment the issues and see them all as one and not as interconnected issues. So we have seen it with COVID. COVID was, for example, a health issue, which is the case. It's a matter of health. But COVID is also about it's also a loss of, it's above all a matter of loss of biodiversity and destruction of ecosystems that are supposed to be natural protection barriers for viruses, for example. So that's, for example, a very easy way to connect to issues. So now we can see that the same thinking pattern remains. So we still can keep on considering one problem separated from another, only they're all linked. And in the following years, they will be smashing us down like one wave after another, and they will not be, waiting a couple of years so we can bounce back. No, I guess they will just follow each other. So when I hear we got 7 billion for the relaunch, and when I know we probably need 7 trillion, which is literally 1,000 times more, well, sometimes I feel like it's kind of a joke in some sense. So how do you think we will be able to finance all of these issues together in such a short period of time with money we don't actually really have?
Should I go first, or should I leave the floor to Anne first?
You go first.
You decide.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anne. And it's a pleasure to be with you on this panel, and thank you for inviting us, I guess, to this panel. It's a real pleasure. So first of all, I won't let me pin down on a figure, because it all depends on the objectives that you set for yourself. If the objective is to get back to the situation we were in before, and as you said, segment everything, and have a causal approach to every policy that you are developing, then 7 billion will always be enough, because it depends on the objective that you set for yourself. So now if the objective wants to meet the risks to which we are going to be exposed or will be exposed today, if the amount or the objectives we set for ourselves is to create a more resilient, equal, equitable and just society, then we might to invest a little bit more than the 7 billions that you are proposing, or even the 7 trillions that you are proposing. And at the end of my first intervention, I will tell you where you can get your 7 trillions easily. So what we do at the Institute for Economics and Peace, and maybe a few words about the Institute. So this is a think tank, a non-for-profit, measuring and quantifying peace, but also measuring the economic, social and governance benefits that come along with a more peaceful situation. This is a systemic approach to peace called positive peace, based on 8 different pillars. And so we are looking at the creation of positive feedback loops rather than the creation of consequences to an action that we try to have. So first of all, the objectives of the recovery. And I think that the objective that we set for ourselves at the Institute for Economics and Peace, and I guess the ambition that we should have, Belgium is 18th on the Global Peace Index. We are living in the most peaceful region of the world. We are living in one of the most, if not the most developed region of the world. So the ambition we set for ourselves should be a little bit higher than just go back to what we knew before, that was absolutely not responding to all the systemic risks our society is exposed to. I think what we are doing at the Institute for Economics and Peace with positive peace is measuring levels of resilience. And in different of our publications, we match this with the impact of several risks. So we have one of the publications that we started to produce last year. It's called the Ecological Threat Register. So we listed 8 different ecological threats, and we understand that the climate change is just going to reinforce and aggravate those threats. And we just compare this. We looked at the interplay with the level of resilience that we measure through positive peace. We did the same for COVID-19. So we had a publication called COVID-19 and Peace, where we looked at the level of positive peace, basically looking at the level of resilience of societies. This was on the x-axis. On the y-axis, we looked at a set of economic preconditions. Those economic preconditions were, for example, the unemployment rate, the size of the structural depth of the country. We looked at the dependence on exports within the economy. So basically, we looked at the shape and the strength of the economy, but also the flexibility of the economy to cope with an external shock like COVID-19, and of course also the economic downturn that is linked to it. Well, we came to the conclusion, for example, for Belgium, that Belgium is lucky to have quite high levels of positive peace, because the economic preconditions of Belgium were not so, I would say, amazing to put us in the top countries that will recover easily or more easily from COVID-19. We were rather in the middle to the lower side, because of economic preconditions, level of unemployment, especially the debt, the high debt that we have in Belgium, but also a dependency on exports, did not really create this very positive economic environment that would very easily and very resiliently absorb external shocks. So that's the first thing that we need to know. And of course, while we were having the two axes, we were able to have kind of four groups, you know, high on one, low on one, high on the other one, and very, very high on the other one. And you have a group of other EU countries like the Czech Republic, Lithuania, Estonia, that will recover quite quickly from the impact of COVID-19 because the economies and the levels of positive peace were very high. On a global level, you will have countries like Brazil and South Africa that will really be impacted by the economic downturn of the COVID-19 crisis, that will be hit harder for a longer period of time and will have more difficulties to get out of there. For example, they will have a lot of difficulties to access loans, to fresh money to inject in their economies because their rating is just going to go down. So that's the first approach. So there, Belgium was not really so strong. And I would say for my first intervention, that would be the 2 points. Which objectives do we set for ourselves? And I guess depending on the objectives, the amount can vary. You can have a variation from 7 billion to 7 trillion. That's pretty clear. And secondly, how strong were we before the shock? And if I look back and in the pre-discussion that I had with Anne preparing this debate, I was just referring to the two external shocks that we experienced in the past 5 years, which would be the terrorist attacks and the COVID-19 pandemic. And my conclusion was already, well, we were not prepared, we were not that strong, and we had difficulties to respond to it. And Anne even opened the time window to the economic crisis of 2007, 2008. What we need to understand is that the economic crisis that we are facing today is the biggest one of the recent history, and recent history will be 120 years. Because, and I think this is where the systemic comes in also, we cannot apply the tricks that we applied for the other economic crises. That would be, this magical turn on the interest rates wheel, because the interest rates were already super low at the moment when COVID-19 hit our economies and hit our societies. So this is, this magic wheel of the interest rates. We are not going to be able to use this. So the only solution that the governments have found worldwide to cope with the economic downturn and to cope with the effects of the pandemic on our economies was to inject massively money into the system. And as you said, where does the money come from and who is going to pay for it? I think that's a question that we should ask ourselves even before we are setting the objectives for the recovery. And then clearly, we were not ready to absorb the shock anyhow. And just to tell you where you can find the 7 trillion, well, in the Global Peace Index every year, we produce an estimation of the cost of violence. And this is estimated for about $15 trillion annually. And this estimation is very, very conservative. 75 to 80% of this 15 trillion is investment in violence containment. So military expenditure for more than 40% and investment in internal safety and security. So in police forces for more than 30%. And of course, you still have a small percentage on private security and military companies. So 75% of 15 trillion is what we invest in violence containment. And here comes, and I'm going to shut up, Anne, because I will leave you the floor. Here comes the systemic approach. If you create a society that is just and equal, people will develop less grievances. You will be able to address those grievances with less violence. You can mediate, you can find solutions through discussion. All the money that you do not invest in violence, you can reinvest in positive peace, and you can create a virtuous circle and a positive feedback loop that is going to create a more peaceful society where the levels of well-being and the levels of happiness are higher, but where you will also take the economic, social, and governance benefits. So you will even develop your ecological resilience when your levels of positive peace are going up. Just the last figure, 1% increase in positive peace equals 3% increase in GDP. This is usually the time where decision makers and policy makers start to listen to me because I bring the financial argument to the table. I'm going to shut up there at the moment.
Can you just repeat that figure? Because I lost the track. I didn't write it down.
No, it's 1% increase in positive peace gives you 3% increase in your GDP.
Okay.
So it means you can invest in something else that your economy and still get economic benefits from it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for now. I said more than enough.
Thank you. And do you have something to add?
Do I have something to add? Yes, of course.
Yeah, would you like to bounce back? Would you like to?
I'm very happy with Serge's analysis. I'm not an economist or a financial specialist myself. I have a background in education, so my question is always like, what do we mean that something is good for human development or for, you know, emancipation or progress? You know, what do we mean by that? And all I can say, and we all know that, is that for the last couple of, well, you know, the last 2 centuries, let's say, and especially since the Second World War, we have identified, you know, progress with economic growth. And that has to do in itself with a kind of financial system that we have now. I've done quite some investigations into historical financial systems, and finance should, in fact, finance is an agreement in a community to use something as a means to facilitate transactions, to keep track of transactions or to store value. And what we see with the current money system, which is created by banks, it's brought into circulation by banks, and banks are private companies that have a private interest. The money design, the money is scarce by design. It is created in the form of debt. You know, the bank gives you a credit and then you can start doing business with that, but you have to pay it back with an interest. And whereas the banks, you know, are allowed to create money, you know, just by putting digits on an account, other economic actors don't have that that power. So we need to pay back. That means that, you know, all the money is created as a debt, or most of it is created as a debt, which we have to pay back with an interest. That means there's always less money in circulation than we collectively owe the banks. That is a design error, because what it means is that you're gonna have to make money, not like the banks, you know, by having the power to create it ex nihilo, but by getting it from your economic transactions, by exploiting people, exploiting planets. You need to have a positive trade balance. Wait a minute, if all the countries in the world depend on a positive trade balance, how on earth is that possible? Well, we export to Mars, or, you know, that is just a systemic error in the money system. So you see what, you know, to make money becomes the goal, GDP growth becomes the goal, and people and planet become the means for economic growth. So we have a perfect means-ends reversal, a total dysfunctional economy. The economy is not a function at the service of people and planet. Now people and planet are now at the service, you know, even the education system, it's at the service of this capitalist, you know, pursuing capital of the economy that has become a runaway system, a runaway, you know, on its own tracks, and very hard to. So now we have interestingly, we have, you know, the collapse is coming close. And I would say COVID is just a time, you know, the terrorist attacks and COVID it's a tiny, gentle little finger exercise. You know, the whole economy is stopping. We say, wow, finally, you know, less pollution. We rediscovered the value of local well-being, etc., etc. And then what we say, well, quickly we need to restart, you know, the engine of the growth machinery. So we shall put in 7 billion or trillion or whatever this is. That enough? So what we're doing actually is we're again trying to solve the problem that was created by the money system by using more of the money system. So I know I'm quite radical. I'm you know, I'm looking from the outside, but systemically, this is what you see. You know, this is what is happening. It's like trying to put out the fire with a torch. Mm-hmm. So what is also interesting now, and I would like to also add to, you know, something when we talk about the COVID crisis, it's a bit tricky because, you know, when you read, you know, systemic analysis of the kinds of problems, you have an ordered problem. There is one solution. You know, it may be, you know, you have this problem, you do that, your problem will be solved. Then you have complicated problems, like how do we put a man on the moon? You know, it's not straightforward, it's complicated, but there is one technical solution. Then next you have complex problems where there is not really a right solution because, you know, it is part of a volatile system that may react to every measure you take, may have rebound effects, a mutation in nature, climate change, whatever. So there is no technically right solution. The planet, the life on the planet is a dynamic living system. It's not a mechanic system. So there is no technically correct solution. All we can do is, you know, try to adapt our solutions to the best of our knowledge to, you know, to be in harmony with the dynamics of life on the planet. And then the fourth category of problems is the chaotic problems. It's like, well, call it, you know, an eruption of a volcano, an earthquake, a pandemic. And in such a situation, the first thing that you need to do is restore order. Order is the first category, you know, like this is how we'll organize things. And we know it's just a temporary, you know, we just suspend the laws, we have quarantine, you know, people are not, you know, all the laws are suspended. We need order. Everybody's obliged to do this and that, not much discussion. But of course, this is not a model for the new economy. The model for the new economy, on the other hand, is also not complicated. You know, if we tweak a little bit the wheels of the financial machinery, like Sergio was saying, you know, give a tweak here on the inflation or the interest ratios, we can steer the machinery. We know by now that this is not possible. I don't have the numbers by heart, but I think in the last 70 years, there have been over 400 financial or monetary crises or bank crises altogether, because the money system is designed in an unstable way, systemically unstable way. So, and this is a monoculture. We have only one money system that we solve all our problems with worldwide. Well, we have dollars and yens and etc., but they're all interconnected and interchangeable. So it's basically a monoculture, which means that more and more domains of life are being monetized. Even education is now become a business. You know, your input and your throughput of your students and your measurement of your performance. Jesus, what are we doing? So the resilience then is that we, instead of having a monoculture, we all know that monoculture are very unsustainable. You know, one crisis and your whole system collapses. This is what we saw in 2008. The alternative is to have an ecosystem, which means you have different ways to facilitate transactions for the well-being, for your goals, for which is now, you know, the well-being of the people within a thriving planet. Mm-hmm. The interesting thing is that we see this emerging everywhere. Like you have the systemic economy emerging, and regenerative economy is emerging. There's also a growing reflection on how can we make the financial system more sustainable, which means more diverse and more able to absorb shocks. And if one pathway is blocked, then we have other pathways to, you know, to take over the essential functions. And so the question, you know, as it was asked to us as panelists, like, is 7 trillion enough? Well, that is already framing the question in a way that I would like to call into question. Maybe it's enough, maybe it's too much, maybe it's not enough. The question is not how much money do we need, but what kind of economic transactions do we need? And there I join Serge. If we can organize our society in such a way that we collaborate and cooperate, and rather than compete with each other, because it's that competition that, you know, excludes people and then makes people aggressive, and you know, they're desperate, and they're, you know, it's getting harsher and harsher. And then we put more money into keeping the peace. Well, it would be, systemically speaking, you know, make much more sense to not first, you know, make everybody compete with each other and make money from guns and make money from, you know, from medicine or from, you know, all the problems that we create. But and if we achieve that, if we say, how can we organize ourselves collectively? Does everybody need to have a car, or would it be better to have collective cars or public transport? You know, how can we organize ourselves in the commons? Then, you know, employment is again something like, employment means people are employed, and employing, emploi, means to use people. We use people for what? For making money. So employment, of course, it's also a long-term relationship between, you know, between people to make sure that somebody who has manual labor or whatever labor, you know, that they have a sort of a guarantee, that a continuity, that they will be able to work and have an income. But given the money system, you will see that the job disappears to the to the low wage countries, or that robotization takes over. I mean, employment is not a goal. So employment is just a means. And if you can cut the costs of employment, why would you not? So that's why instead of employment, we should start talking about work. What kind of work do we need to the society thrive again? And doing things in your neighborhood, share, helping your neighbor to whatever, to fix something in the house is an economic function. It's an allocation of resources to the needs of your community. And it doesn't require your neighbor to have a higher purchasing power to fight for jobs. The resources are there. I mean, our society is so full, so full and rich of resources that we don't even use. If we would start by saying, well, with everything we have, how can we organize ourselves? And I know that since the economy, the companies are in the grip of the financial system, they are desperate for us to consume more and more and more. So that's why we also need to tackle that in the first place. How can we ensure that a company can continue to function, can stay in business without having to force people and planet to extract more money from it? And then I think examples like community-supported agriculture, or even the fire squad. I mean, the fire squad has an economic function. It's the allocation of resources like water and engines and manpower and intelligence to a societal need of fire security. But we usually don't evaluate them by economic standards. Have they been productive? Because in that case, it would be in the interest of the fire squad to have flagrations everywhere. And it's exactly, interestingly, to join Serge, it's exactly what happened with the jail system, the incarceration system in the United States. They privatized it. And then it became in the interest of the economy to have a lot of crime because the beds had to be full. And you saw a steep increase of recidivism. So it's the economy, the financial system that requires a jail to make money to stay in business, because we don't want to lose the jails right away. They might be useful for something. Well, maybe just, even if it's just the buildings and use them for festivals, I don't care what it is, or for retreats. But you want to have those services, but the services should be at the service of the society if you need them. But the less you need them, the better you are. Yet we have a financial economic system that says, less is going bankrupt. You have to grow. You have to produce more and more and more. So my approach would be like, how much innovation, how much financial innovation do we need? What kind of transactions do we need? How can we facilitate those transactions? How can we organize ourselves that those needs are met in peace and cooperation? And then all of a sudden we won't need 7 trillion anymore. Maybe we'll say, well, with what we have, we can make do. And then, you can still have, everybody who contributes to the well-being of the community. Look at the community currencies. They can get something in return that gives them access to whatever, to culture, to sports, to public transportation, to education. So you don't have to go, via the in-between. What we do now is we first make money in this extractive money system by exploiting people and nature. It creates a lot of externalities. And then we take a percentage of that money to heal, to repair the externalities. That's what we're doing. But that is, again, it's like putting out the fire with the torch. If you want to have more healthcare or more education, you're first going to have to do more extraction and competition and killing the planet, which is, it's like a dog trying to chase his own tail. Let's just get rid of that money system and move again to a money system that is at the service of the economic function, and not, is a means for those economic goals.
Thank you very much. We have 1 minute left, maybe, so we can close. Is there something you would like to add, Serge, or to maybe bounce back on what has been said? And we have one more question if you don't have anything to add.
Yeah, I always have something to add. I think what we need to look at is a systemic approach. Look at the economic model that we are still living in. This is an economic model that has been installed after the Second World War, when 2.5 billion people were living on the face of the earth. We are now, 75 years later, almost 80 years later, close to 7 billion people. We see the resources decreasing. only 16% of the land mass can be used for agriculture. We have consumed 60% of our water reserves in the past 60 years, and will consume another 50% in the next 30 of what's remaining in the next 30 years. We see that natural disasters increased by 40% over the past 40 years in number and in intensity. And we also see a number of refugees throughout the world, and that's the most costly to a conflict is an IDP and a refugee. We see those numbers rocketing in the past 8 years from 40 million to 80 million. In our ecological threat register, we have an estimation of 1.2 billion people potentially being open or being forced to move by 2050. What are we going to do with those people? Where are they going to go, and which resources will they rely upon? So I think what we need to do is really have this systemic approach. We need to see COVID-19, we see all these other crises just as an input in an existing system. And we need to come back to the intent of this system. What is the intent of the system? Is this going to change the intent? Is this going to just like twist a little bit the system and then it come back to homeostasis? So basically what we knew before. Are we going to break the system? Are we going to go to another system? Are we going to really adapt? And a last point, and I think that is really, really important, is the concept of path dependency. When you think systemically, the shape of your system at the moment is just the result of the historical nudging towards the situation as it is today. So the system that we are in the moment is a consequence of what we had in the past and the evolution of that, and it's clearly also going to define where we are going to nudge in the direction in which we are going to nudge ourselves into the future. So I think there are a lot of challenges, and I think the only solution to this is have the systemic approach and understand what the system is, and then apply concepts that are quantifiable and measurable. But, and I think this is where it's going to be the most difficult part for our political class, is to set clear objectives for our society and also a clear path to reach these objectives. Thank you from my side.
Thank you very much. We're just on time. Thank you very much for your input and to this summit. Merci. Have a nice end of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh. So for our last intervention, last debate, we are thrilled to have Inge Geerts with us. Inge is already there. Okay. Geerdens. Sorry, Inge Geerdens. We have the great honor to have you with us. Entrepreneur of international level. You were in 2006 Female Entrepreneur of the Year. You are a keynote speaker and a mom, I heard. We are very happy you're here to share your experiences with us on managing teams in agility. Then we also have Ibrahim Vadacha. After the training of his family business to systemic economy in 2014, he applied these principles with a fantastic success in Durban in South Africa. He was a vector for connecting people, companies, public services, NGOs, etc., all without calculating his efforts in time. I also heard he exposed himself. He applied the systemic principles to the city of Durban, which is quite a dangerous city, but he'll tell us more about that later. So do we have a... he's coming, okay. So with the COVID and through social media, we have witnessed that there was... Hi, Ibrahim. Can you hear us? Oh, we can't hear you. I think you have to put on your microphone.
Pardon. Yeah, I was just having some problem connecting. Good afternoon again. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being with us. So I introduced you shortly before, so now I'm going to jump into the so we don't lose too much time. So we've seen that with COVID and through social media, we have witnessed a massive decline in psychological health, especially amongst the youth. Mental and psychological distress are actually breaking historical records. It's, I think, about over 50% of the population now that suffers of these mental and psychological issues. To be honest, this figure still kind of shocks me today. I mean, it's half of the population. So in my surroundings, I can also feel and see how people are for some very unhappy in general and sometimes in their jobs. They quit their jobs. They don't want to start working at all because they can't seem to be finding any sense in the jobs that are offered to them. And some others are really struggling in just finding their way and finding their path because they're trying to make sense in a world where they can't really find more sense anymore. So actually facing the COVID crisis shows how social unrest and uncertainty can lead to these disastrous emergency solutions that also have led to the psychological distress of today. And with the ongoing climate crisis and societal crisis, actually, we could face a lot worse. So with a generation that is kind of resisting change for some, and a younger generation that feels hopeless and to some extent depressed, how will we be able to deploy new thinking and deep mutation with these people all together? I don't know who would like to start.
Well, I'll say ladies first.
That's easy.
That's an easy one.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I have any direct answer to your wide question, but I do think at this moment, what I look at, I have 3 kids. They're all 3 at university, so they have been online following their courses for the past year and a half, doing all the exams online. So I can see how they suffer. For my company, actually, I was glad, and this is maybe a very, very strange intro, but I was happy with COVID because finally it gave me what I was looking for as a female boss for years. I never wanted my people to go to the office and be in traffic jams. I always wanted them to have a good balance in life and a quality life, but I never managed to enroll this because people kind of stressed each other to come to the office, to keep on having face-to-face meetings with hours of drive. And then there was COVID, and then we had to. And after 1 year and a half, the company is much more efficient. People are much calmer, and we have much better interaction amongst each other than we had ever before. But for me, it felt like I kind of needed this to enroll things the way I have always wanted it to be. As being a mother myself of 3, there's something with kids that, you can't stop them. You have to be there at certain special times, and there's nothing that you can switch them off for a couple of hours. So it's just part of life. So I think we have to embrace both the work and the economy and the family together. I can say much more, but Ibrahim, maybe.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for that, Inga. Yeah, it is true. I think nobody's lives are going to be the same after the advent of COVID. It has had a devastating impact on us here in South Africa, so much so that a lot of the ordinary men in the street, if you might call it that, the small and medium enterprises, businesses, have really suffered the most. And whilst it is advantageous, as you said, not to be working at the physical office per se, that has its advantages and disadvantages because being of the old school, having a face-to-face, person-to-person meeting one can learn so much more, the body language, the nuances, and being in the presence of that person. But for the sake of expediency, yes, the technology is there. So I think we should embrace the technology and use it to its maximum benefit. Insofar as where we are going right now, there are many serious challenges. And I think that we should always recall and remember that we are all interconnected with the earth, with God, with our fellow human beings, and with everything that goes around us, including our everyday lives and our families, and of course, our colleagues and the economy itself. Our economy has suffered very, very seriously. The unemployment that was historically around 48 or more percent has even gone higher than that, into the high 50s, I would think. There's a lot of social unrest and things like that we are dealing with. And unfortunately, there are no quick answers. And as much as we can try from our perspective to try and set the record straight or put things right, it seems that there is an orchestrated campaign. And a lot has to do with, of course, the political drivers running down from the head of the country, going through the departments. And I frequently ask the question when I'm meeting with the ministers and people like that, is it government policy to cause so much of chaos in the country that it becomes ungovernable? Or is it just something that you don't have the wherewithal or the systems or the ability to put right? So this is what we are grappling with right now, Inga, and I'm hoping that by allying and associating with more people who feel that yes, there is something dreadfully wrong with the world as we see it every day, and of course the people, I'll call it the powers that be, and the agenda that they are pushing out. It's not necessarily something that I subscribe to. Yes, whilst there's good in it, there's a lot of how shall I say, room for it to go in the other direction, where it puts us in a greater situation or depth insofar as the advancement of society goes. And it will be something that is going to be causing more problems, suppressing the individual spirit, and generally causing more mayhem in society itself. So I'm hoping that we can work together and find new ways to find a new way out of this, because from one day to the next, one never knows when it's going to end. Right now, we are in the middle of the so-called third wave, and they're talking about shutting down schools again and all sorts of stuff. And it is very disappointing, rather, really, because another year is going to be wasted, and that is something we can ill afford.
Do you, Ibrahim, do you have maybe examples about what's happening in Durban, for example, because you have faced many crises before. The conditions there are probably different than we have here. What can we maybe learn from your situation, or how it is going on back there?
Well, to be quite honest with you, the situation that we are facing currently is desperate in more ways than one. It seems that there is a lack of political will to do what's right by the country, by the people, and to get the system established to make a best of a bad situation, if you might call it that. And you at times like this, you need proper leaders, you need leadership, you need statesmen. You don't need people that are looking for the next municipal or other local election, which is coming up in another few months' time. And I think this is also compounding the problem, where we have factionalism, different parties vying for power, lots of whom are involved in criminal or other enterprises. And the whole system seems to be in gridlock, where if I'm from one party and I suggest something and Inga's in the opposite camp, she's going to do everything to stop it. So it's a question of one step forward, two steps back, and this is the problem we face. So having knocked on many doors, having spoken to many of the people that control the levers of power in local government, including law enforcement agencies, it's a very big ask. It's very tough for us. And what we have found, that the only degree of solace that we can find, or find some sort of cooperation or people who feel the same way we do, is by finding other like-minded nonprofits, NGOs, and trying to coordinate, cooperate, and collaborate with them. And because we share a same vision. Right now, what I can tell you, apart from unemployment, which is really causing a lot of problems, there is the scourge of crime. It's reached unprecedented levels. And just to give you an indication, I get on my phone, I'm on a whole lot of groups and everything pertaining to crime. So whenever an incident happens, it comes straight into my phone. And I was shocked just this morning, even though I've seen so much happening in front of my eyes, is that they shot a principal in school just this morning on the school premises. Now, if you don't have the means of staying alive, if you cannot find a meaningful job to earn money to support yourself and your family, you're going to resort to crime. And this is where it's going. And to make matters worse, the Minister of Police is now wanting to introduce an amendment to the gun control bill to say that you cannot use your weapon in self-defense. Now, I find that totally idiotic, especially given in the situation where the police are so corrupt and they cannot protect society at large. We are in a terrible situation, and if this is not addressed rather quickly and rather competently and decisively, this country has a very real chance of descending further into chaos and anarchy, and if not, then even civil war at some stage. This is where it's going, and I'm not exaggerating, I'm not overstating the status quo here, because I live and work outside there and I know exactly what goes on.
Okay, thank you for this this testimony. How do you think then, because you talked a lot about collaboration, about allying, associating, and finding people that share the same vision to maybe feel empowered and feel less alone, actually, and give ourselves more power to mobilize. How do you think we can foster collaboration in these times where we're actually quite separated from each other? Well, it's getting better, but still, how can we in a general way foster this collaboration?
Well, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And the thing is, it's all going to be determined by people like ourselves, that irrespective of what the physical or social or other circumstances are out there, we still got to go out there. We still got to find those people, those organizations who think like us and who share the same sentiments as us, insofar as the values that they want to share, the legacy they want to leave for their children and the generations to come. And in that regard, I must say, being the chair of the Urban Improvement Precincts Company, it has given me the platform, it has given me the ability to gather like-minded people around us. And that is the only way it's going to work. It's by sharing, caring, and generally being your brother's keeper. That is something we all used to live with in previous generations, where even if we were living in a single dwelling, you'll get as many as 3 or 4 different families sharing that dwelling and, pulling together just to make sure that they could survive. But with the modern nuclear family, there's just me and my spouse, maybe, and a child, if any. And it's fashionable to stay alone. But I can see that turning around again simply because of the fact that necessity is going to drive that way. The safety in numbers, firstly. Secondly, I'm sure that maybe more people living under the same roof can share resources, share knowledge, share earning, and keep that unit safe and sort of grow that circle of influence, that circle of excellence, and spread that around. What I'm saying and what I'm doing right now with all the people that collaborate with us, we take people from different fields, different sectors of business, different levels and strata of society, of course, but all sharing the same ideals of wanting to do things better, doing things differently, because they know in their heart of hearts that something out there is not quite right, but they feel powerless. And this is where there's strength in numbers. Unity is strength, they say, and we've got to bring them close together. And I've even forged links with the local Chamber of Commerce. That one, I am a member of the Safety and Justice Forum there. There's also a secondary one that we've just joined recently now. And that is sort of multiplying our reach and our ability to communicate and leverage the strength of the numbers quite phenomenally. And this, I think, is where we are going to be able to do things by not waiting for government as such, because the politicians are just there for a period of time. They are looking to get re-elected. If they get re-elected, it'll be same old all over again. If they don't get re-elected, then there's somebody else coming in, and he's going to start the same old nonsense again, looking out for his own kind, his own people, his own pockets. And generally, whatever happens to society at large, the people that voted in is of secondary, if any, importance to him. So in a nutshell, I would say it is us that will determine our future. And I know I follow geopolitics closely, and I know that there is a agenda out there towards compliance and control that is espoused by, amongst others, Davos to start off with, that are pursuing the one world order agenda, and now call it the Great Reset and things like that. And if we are going to allow ourselves to be sucked into that, then there's no turning back. And it's a critical juncture at which we are right now as humanity, as society. And if we don't stand up and be counted and do what needs to be done for ourselves, then at the end of the day, it's going to be a question of us just becoming robots and automations with all the plans that they have for humanity, including, and which is something that doesn't sit very well with me, is that reduction of population, which I'm very much against. I believe that there is a God of there. We have lost our divine connection with him, and this is why the world is in such turmoil. And the people that led us to the status quo right now are now suddenly wanting us to believe that they are very benevolent, that they're going to care for us, and everything they put out in the mainstream media is saying that it's going to be such a wonderful world. But I really don't believe them. I don't trust them. And this is why it is up to us to do what we have to do to stay sane and make sure that society lives, because I'm not going to be a genetically modified robot of some sort with the so-called vaccines and things like that. I'm sorry, I'm not going down that road. And I'm older now, I'm 70 years old. So I've seen a lot of life. And even if I drop dead tomorrow, well, so be it, but I will not subscribe to what they are pushing.
Thank you very much for your intervention. I had a question for you, Inge. You mentioned that as a mother, you feel like work-life family balance is very important. And well, I strongly believe, but how do you think your leadership as a woman, because you remain in a world that is quite masculine, like as a woman, how do you think your leadership can bring something different in another way of being a leader that is less focused on power on the people, but maybe power with the people? How do you think maybe your role as a woman can help us learn from that?
First of all, by showing, by doing the things I think are better. A couple of years ago, I started a project to bring chess to primary school children, because chess is a game that learns children not only the technical part of chess, but learns children to wanting to win, but to think ahead. So all things I think we need in our society. And then what happened was that some schools picked it up, and then we were able to match retired people who know how to play chess and bring them to schools during lunchtime and after 3:30 to play with these children. And there my idea rose to, why can't we link retired people who all have knowledge and things they can do to share them with primary school children? Because children need time, they need attention, they need patience in order to gain self-confidence, because that's what you need to bring them to the work floor. But that's exactly what the parents at the age of 35 or 40 don't have, because they have a full-time job, they need to commute. So why can't we just share, let's say, grandparents with schools, and this way solve a huge problem for the working people that we need on the work floor? Because in Europe, we have a society that's quite old. We have very, very few young people. We have a war of talent because they don't exist. So we need to solve it. We need to bring people together in order to solve the problems, not put it on the schools, not ask them to work harder and more, but there are so many also people in isolation, people whose children live more than an hour or abroad. Why can't we start sharing kids with grandparents and solve certain problems that would help working people? And that's what I want to do. I want to show that we can do it different in a win-win-win. The children get the patience they need, the parents get the hours they need to work and do a good job, and the retired people get social contacts through children. So I do think there's a lot of things that we can change. In Antwerp, we also made a group of entrepreneurs, and we all dedicated 1 week during the summer holidays to help summer schools teach children for free. Just really to be there to help them out in English, in math, in anything that we can contribute. But I think every business executive, every entrepreneur has something to tell the children, whatever it is. So that's what I want to do. Show that we are, you know, we cannot put the elderly in elderly homes and the kids in schools and then be in between and work hard and gain the money to pay for a nanny. It's not working like that. It's a global world. We need to solve this and work all together to come to a solution. And I think there's so many solutions we don't need the politicians for.
Well
Thank you
said,
very much.
Inge.
So,
well said.
You're very well said. We have 2 minutes to close, so maybe if you would like to each conclude, each conclude the debate of today in 1 minute, maybe.
All right, I'll go first, seeing that Inge went first. Look, I share the sentiments expressed by Inge, and I believe that even in our society, there is no such thing as an old age retirement home. You only do that if you really don't love or care for your parents. That's the only time that you'll put them there. With us, it's a cycle of life. I'm the grandfather right now. I've got grandchildren that I can engender with all the values, the thinking, the morals, the experience that I have, and of course, more importantly, the time with which to do it. Their parents can go out and climb the ladder of corporate or other success and do whatever they want. I don't have a problem with that. But if we don't ground our people, what happens to them? They are stuck in front of the TV, they are on their phones, on their devices, and suddenly you've lost them. And even if, as Inge said, you get a nanny and you're working yourself flat out, 2 jobs maybe, whose child is that anyway? It's your child, and then she adopts all the traits and the nuances and the behavior pattern of that nanny. Is that what we want in our lives? Certainly not. So I'm all for it. I says use the elder people. It's that cycle of life that mustn't be breaking. And this is what the politicians of today want to do. They want to destroy that family unit. And I will not allow that, not in my area. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, because I'm often asked in debates, because I'm a woman in tech, which is very unusual. So indeed, I am a woman. Can't help it. It was born like that, but I'm a parent, I'm a daughter, so I want to take care of that. But I'm also an entrepreneur with a company. So I also want to be successful and don't want to go bankrupt. So I need to balance those. So I see huge opportunities after COVID to increase the quality of life for all of us. And maybe we needed COVID to really realize we cannot wait for politicians to change, but we need to do it.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. We're very happy we didn't have electricity cuts.
Yeah.
We heard you all the way.
Waiting in anticipation, you know, and they give it that euphemism, load shedding, to make it sound bearable as such, but really it's a disaster here, unfortunately.
So but we were lucky this time.
Yes, I think so.
Thank you very much for your very interesting testimony, and I wish you a very good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and all the best to you and yours. And Inga, thank you. It was a pleasure sharing this platform with you. And to Michelle and everyone behind the scene, Benoit and all the rest of them, thank you so much. It was an absolute pleasure being with you all.
Bye.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Michelle.
Thank
Have
Bye.
a nice weekend.
Bye-bye yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was very, very impressed by what you did for those 2 hours. Thank you very much, Laure. It was incredible. These encounters, it was deep. It was intense. So I can guess it's tough now to give a conclusion on the fly. I'm sure there are millions of things to say. Maybe short. You can in 5 minutes. Maybe just intuitively. What are the things that really struck you through these 4 maybe generally through these 4 duos?
Well, I have the feeling there are a couple of keywords that came out to me. First, there was one word that was ecosystem. We have to rebuild an ecosystem, and I think it's a very, very important word because in my studies we have learned that we have learned to study ecosystems, and when we study ecosystems, we don't put ourselves as human inside them, and I think that is one of the probably biggest errors that we have made through history is thinking ourselves and thinking about ourselves outside of this ecosystem. And we've seen it through the debates. The first debate was also about, where is it here? About how to manage new ways to mobilize together as one collectively. So as an ecosystem, how to manage our fear, our anger, how to reconnect with these emotions and the fear of the complexity that is facing us. I have heard putting humans first again, but I think putting humans first in a way, not in an individualistic and egoistic way, but thinking about us as what we are really here for and maybe not what we are conditioned to be here for. So I've heard this, and then about creating cities for the people and not for profit, creating a system from bottom up instead of the other way around, because that's how we've been building our cities. We've talked about work-life balance in the last debate, and about interconnection, that we should remember and recall that we are all interconnected with Earth, with the others, the ones geographically close but geographically far as well, that we are interconnected with our families and with our economy. So I think those are really he said it's suppressing the individual spirit. So I think that's kind of the key here. And when it regards the solutions for a future, I don't think anyone has proposed something really concrete, but I think the values that support the way we're going to lead the change are the most important in the end. Thank you very much.
Big applause for everybody. It was a very, very tough exercise you did, and it was tiring, and I know I'm really very impressed by this overview conclusions. Thank you very, very much, Laura.
Thank you.
Thank you also to our 8 speakers. They had a wonderful input. We will review and re-watch those videos and share them again this summer. So it's going to be very, very interesting to dig deeper and to see what were the messages behind all that, to make sense of it and to bring collective solutions. So now we will little by little shift to the next chapters of this afternoon with Benoit, with some testimonies, and little by little we will switch to French. But first, we are expecting our friend Benoit. We are a little bit drinking, thirsty, but the team is doing a great job behind the scenes. The whole team is there. Linda is there, Tendresse is there, Leo is there, Stefan is there also, and Elsa is behind the camera. She's doing an incredible camera woman job as my friend Benoit is entering the floor.
Hello.
Voila, and Natalie is at home and she's ill, and we say a big hugs to Natalie. We love her. She did an incredible job for a year with us. She's an extrapreneur also, an ex-extrapreneur alumni, and she's there. We give them a big hug to her. So now, Benoit, the floor is yours for the next chapter of this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Michel. So for those who joined the debates, you've heard that there are many challenges at the moment, and these times are especially complicated. Dealing with one challenge is already complex and complicated, but dealing with those challenges that are converging at the same time is even more complex. This requires a new mindset, a new approach. That is why the Club of Brussels developed its executive training, new business model and leadership in times of transition. The aim of this program is to offer you the opportunity to experience systemic thinking and to apply it live on the business case of your choice. I will give you a small introduction of this executive training. I'll tell you a little bit what you will have throughout this program if you wish to join it. So that is a 6 weeks executive and action learning program that is intergenerational. We combine professionals, executive professionals, with young people under 30. Why? Because we need a new perspective, a new way to look at things. That is why this program, which is accredited by the Brussels School of Governance, the VUB here in Brussels, is accrediting it and is supporting it in developing this new paradigm altogether. So what will you have throughout this program? First, we will give you, during the first week, an introduction to what is systemic economy and its model, its methodology. During the second week, you will have an introduction to sustainability. What is sustainability actually? It seems it's a big word today, but its reality behind it is more complex than we may think. For example, if we want to be climate friendly, how can we link this with buying or selling executive fair trade products? Both aspects are sustainable, but are they compatible together? The answer is not always as easy as this. Then, during the third week, you'll learn to measure value in a different way. We're used to measuring value mainly by its financial perspective. Throughout this program, you'll learn the core of systemic. You'll learn to measure value on 7 different dimensions. This will help you to build strong partnership and to make agreements and to utilize underused resources. At the same time, you'll have some content on new management, so agile working and collective intelligence. Because of course, if you want to bring a new approach, you need different tools. Throughout this program, you will work in an agile way. That is why we need this intergenerational, because we all learn at the same time. The executive have a lot of experience and the junior have a very fresh outlook on things. Combining those 2 elements together really makes the whole program works. And that is one of the reasons why the School of Governance is backing up this program, because of its unique approach. During the 4th week, you will learn about ecosystem mobilization, and we will give you an introduction to risk management, more in particular, systemic risk management. Then you will learn about mastering the human factor, and it is of key importance. If you want to bring new perspective within your company, organization, or have to convince your clients, you also need to understand how human work. That is why we give you this content on the basics of psychological needs and values that are universal, that applies to every single human on Earth. With this tool, you'll learn a bit further in the program how to promote it, how to convince your board, your manager, your superior, or your client. During the 5th week, we will help you to boil down and converge to defining your specific value proposition. And you will receive some tools to contractualization. Why? Because the world is changing faster than ever. Back in the days, we could build contracts that would last for 10 years, sometimes more. The world was going at another pace. Today, things are changing faster than ever, especially when it comes to multi-stakeholder partnership. You have the people that change in the organization more rapidly than ever. You have changes that occur faster than before. How do you manage your contracts and your partnership in this kind of environments? Well, that is what you'll learn in the 5th week. Lastly, during the 6th week, we will help you to build communities. It's a big word nowadays, but there are concrete steps behind it. And lastly, we'll help you to develop your business model with a multi-cash flow approach. Well, if you are interested, this program is already live today. The first edition took part in January 2021, and the next edition is starting in September. You can already register today on the website Club of Brussels/executive training. Thank you very much. Now, in a minute, there will be Aude that will join us, and she'll present this executive program because they worked on how to scale it up. Today, this program is only taking place twice a week. However, it is really necessary to bring this program to make it accessible worldwide to as many people as possible. Thank you very much. We can wait a little minute together. Aude is joining us. She will be there in a minute. Thank you very much.
Aude and her team are on the way. They were working with it, but it was a whole team. They worked during the extrapreneur session, the 7th session, for the last 3 months on how to scale this program up. We are still waiting. She's on the way. And it was a whole question. It's an executive training, so how to prepare executives and juniors as much as possible. Le micro, ouais. Voilà, there she is. Voilà, Aude. The floor is yours, Aude.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Very sorry, I'm in a place in the middle of France where the connection is not very good. So I'm going to share my screen and start the presentation. Can you see the screen all right? Michelle, can you see the presentation all right?
Of course, yes.
Okay, thanks. So hello, everyone. Very happy to be here. I'm probably gonna put my video off at some point if the connection is not good enough, so that you can continue to see the presentation. So as Benoit said, I would like to present the conclusion of a teamwork I did with my extrapreneur team, aiming to define how to deploy a Club of Brussels executive training at a larger scale. So let me start with an interesting figure. A study relayed by Pôle emploi, the French public institution for employment, says that 85% of the jobs in 2030 do not exist yet. With artificial intelligence and robotization, digital revolution, people will have to learn and train themselves all their lives to develop new capabilities in terms of agility and complexity management. And indeed, managers and leaders are facing a multiplicity of new business challenges, including economic crisis, pandemic period, and extremely moving environment that our speakers already talked about. Overall, our society are just considering how to tackle the social and environmental disastrous impact of the past 40 years of liberal economy. And we know now that temperature will most probably rise above the dangerous limit of 2.5 degrees, increasing critical tension on population, natural resources, biodiversity, etc. So what systemic economy is aiming at is to deal with all these challenges and many others our society are facing, and providing the tool to shift the economy. In this context, the executive training program developed by Club of Brussels, called New Business Model and Leadership, has been designed to teach executives, leaders, but also students on how to handle complexity using systemic tools to contribute to this shift in the economy our society need to conduct in a sustainable way, focusing on common good. New Business Model and Leadership is a 6-week intergenerational program taking place 2 evenings per week, teaching systemic economy principles and applying them through concrete and innovative projects ready to be implemented by the end of the program. And you will see some of them at the end of this conference. This training is accredited by Brussels School of Governance. And the next session will start in September. So willing to support its large deployment, the project team I belong is proposing to also apply systemic economy to this training and to enable his consistent scale-up. The scale-up of this program, we think, should be supported by 3 axes. The first one is the building of a strong community of experts. Many international organizations, academic universities, private companies, the speakers who took part in the 4 debates are living examples of that. Associations are willing to contribute to this shift in the economy I've just mentioned. And as you can see, some of them are already partners of Club of Brussels. All these stakeholders, together with the alumni that have already been trained with this program, are building a strong working community, sharing the same understanding on how to deal with complexity and sharing their work and expertise. This community, we also have the opportunity to contribute further to the deployment of systemic economy approach and deployment by becoming future trainers to the next session of the executive program to become mentor trained to support and deliver the program. The second axis of this deployment should be the design of an extended offer, in the center of which the executive training is taking place. Indeed, shorter programs will raise the level of interest of people, executive, leaders, professionals, not yet sensitized to the systemic impact. And the third axis eventually will be the digital collaborative platform, a solution bank, allowing the community to share the project successfully implemented, develop swarming and expertise sharing. This platform will also be the space to develop communication tools, ensuring the visibility and further development of the methodology. So in a nutshell, a sustainable scale-up of this executive training and additional offer will allow systemic economic international development in a practical, operational, and sustainable way through awareness and involvement on the one hand, and knowledge and empowerment on the other hand. Next step for this scale-up? Well, a letter of intent should be signed with a second wave of strategic partners involved in economy shifts. The development of a platform with the solution bank I just mentioned, and a strong communication plan. And eventually, as Benoit already mentioned, the third edition of the training session starts on the 30th of September. So if you want to join, then welcome on board. So here are the teams that have been participating to this thinking and the partners that are already part in the project. And that's okay for me.
Thank you very much. Now we will welcome our next speaker, which is, if I'm not mistaken, Christophe Amby, who is the Deputy Director at the International Committee of the Red Cross. He has followed this training together with us, the training that took place and just finished actually less than 10 days ago. So welcome, Christophe, and we're very glad to hear a bit on what was your experience throughout this 6 weeks program.
Thank you very much, Benoit. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry, I just joined the session. That was the way we organized ourselves, so I'm not quite sure I can see who is there, but I hope there's a lot of interest and the dynamic in this group. Very happy to join and to share my experience. Maybe I will tell you a couple of words of backgrounds about me personally and also why I came to the program, what we have tried to build as a project, because you know that the program is a case study.
Speak a little bit louder, please. Thank you.
Okay. Let me down, sorry. So is it better now, Benoit? Is it better?
Yes, it is a bit better. Thank you very much.
I will tell you a little bit more about myself and why I came to the program. What we have tried to develop as a case study, because this is the way the program is built. We are working on an actual project. Maybe what I have learned, I think, and what I found really useful, and the way I see this moving further forward in the longer run. As Benoit said, I work for the International Committee of the Red Cross, oldest humanitarian organization based in Geneva. We are a quite big organization, and I have spent nearly all my career in the humanitarian sector. Of course, the humanitarian sector is affected like the rest of the world, maybe to a wider extent sometimes by the multiple stakes that the world is living. The famous, you certainly heard about already 26 challenges, so I mean, which are probably even more acute when you speak about conflict or humanitarian crisis. And it's true that this systemic approach I had heard of before is something that I realized during the course was something quite useful also when you start to look not only at maybe issues that are more local or more specific, but also at the wider issues and the global issues of the world. This being said, I came to the training with a more personal reason. I'm looking at my parents aging, and I see what's happening in the aging of population is one of these 26 challenges, and this is something really quite serious. And I came to the training because I really wanted to look at what solutions there are to this problem of people aging alone, of the tremendous economic cost of old age, of the problems in the society related to the lack of solidarity between generations, etc. So that's what brought me to the course. And actually, the fact that I worked for the Red Cross was not at all part of my initial thinking. And I say that because, as I will tell you in a second, actually I realized that the methods and tools used are something that can be useful in plenty of contexts. So I came with this background, with this idea on my side that I really wanted to look on a personal basis at these main issues related to age, social solidarity, cost of health, cost of elderliness, etc. And in fact, we built a project with the team, and you just heard a couple of minutes ago, which we called Harmony. And actually, the background picture behind me is a picture of the Antigone architecture project in Montpellier, because Aude came with a similar project, but that came from another angle about what to do in a city like Montpellier that has a tremendous problem with let's say, desocialized and financially precarious populations that are hanging around in makeshift houses and which are really having a lot of difficulties to cope with their life. So what we tried to do is we built a project that we called Harmony, and there is a link with Antigone because Harmony is the grandmother of Antigone in the Greek mythology. And we came with a project that where we joined our ideas and forces in our group to try to build a co-housing project that would address a multiple number of stakes and challenges of the current world. So we tried to align basically what I thought was my entry point related to mostly generational issues, the economic cost of elderliness and the difficulty for older people to basically end their life decently. And we try to widen the project to something that would also take into account the issues of social inclusion and economic inclusion in big cities. So that's how the Harmony project started. We are still working on it, so we have to finalize the final deliverable of our project in the framework of the executive training. And maybe I'll get back to that in a minute when I mention something about the way forward. But what in the process of the project we found was very useful is, and again, I mean, I'm sorry I couldn't hear everything, so I don't know exactly which tools you have heard of from the different interlocutors in the training so far. But I mean, we have worked with a couple of main, I would say, highlights of what the course is about. And I just relate to, you have the converging 26 historical challenges.
Well, thank you very much, Christophe, for your testimonial. I see that we have Yves online. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody.
So, Yves, you are a senior vice president at WPO in charge of the member experience. And you, as Christophe, you the program together, right?
Absolutely.
So we're very excited to hear about how was your experience, and we'll try not to spoil, but we also heard that there are positive outcome on this program. So the floor is yours, and feel free to share what you would like about the program.
Thank you very much. New business model and leadership is the training that we have followed. And we have taken a new direction, if I can say that. With Michel, we have discussed a lot about our project, and we are more in a project of change the management style of WPO, and we work on it with the stakeholder in the company. It's trying to put in place a systemic management. WPO today is in a traditional management style, and we want to try to put a new way to work, a more systemic way to work. And we believe that if we arrive to bring this new wind in the company. It will change not only the relationship between people, but it will change the vision of the company and the profitability of the company too. I don't know if you want to, if it is the way to ask questions of other things, but I don't want to take too much time in this one. But it was a very interesting training, and we continue to work on it. With my colleague at WPO, we are still in progress to put this in place in our company.
Well, it's very exciting to hear that actually the program really helped you, and throughout it helped you to actually have a green light, not of anyone, directly from the CEO of the company. So this is very exciting for us, especially after the second edition. And we also would like to thank you because you have been very committed to this program. And this program could not have been a success without your commitment as well. So thank you very much.
With everybody, and thank you to you too.
So now we will hear another testimonial from the first edition of the program that was a tryout and that took place in January of this year. We will hear the testimonial of Pierre Catoir, who is the CEO of Spinel Advisory. See a video appearing.
Hi, everybody. I'm Pierre Catoir, founder of Spinel, which is an activist consultancy, and of Kayapo, which is an impact. With my teams, we've gone through the very first Clubhouse training, the advanced certificate, in February and March of 2021 this year. As our job is to help organizations uncover hidden growth and grow sustainably with resilience, all of that within the paradigm of a new economy, it was evident for us that this training was of interest. We expect much as we started, but how wrong we were. From the start, we focused on applying simple yet powerful theory from the get-go, and thanks to the leadership of the teaching team, we've been able to use our learning straight away with our clients on existing projects. Thanks to this training, Spinel has become recognized for out-of-the-box thinking, and we've actually been able to help our clients find unique opportunities that align with their values and their businesses as well. All of that while leveraging their alliances and creating incredible value much beyond money. We've liked the program so much that we're now proud ambassadors of it. And we cannot wait to see all the game-changing projects and entrepreneurs coming out of it for a new, disruptive, and sustainable economy.
Thank you very much. Well, Pierre today is still, we're still in very close contact with Pierre because Pierre is willing, actually he's our first ambassador on the program. We're in discussion with him to bring the training in his city. So I would like to thank all the speakers, all the clients actually that went through our program. And now maybe what we could do with Michel de Kemeter, that is next to me, we will tell you a bit about the story of this program, because this program was not something intuitive in the very first place. We started actually, Michel, if I remember well, we did start with a VUB with a summer course. Is that correct?
Yes. We have to gain a little bit of time, so it's filling up time, right? No, with Pierre, by the way, Pierre Catoir, and 3 members of his team, Sham, Shai, and Thomas, and who was there? I mean, half of his whole team on 3 continents actually participated, and it's really fascinating because now I want to salute him because and his whole team, because now we are actually working together with his clients and together to bring this executive to different continents and also to his city. So it was very exciting to have partner, and that's basically the whole idea. But to zoom back with Benoit, what happened actually? How did it? Because it was not at all intuitive. It was not part of the plan to do this. Actually, I had this this friend of mine. He has a name. His name is Philippe Dambly, which I say hi. Maybe he's watching us. He's like a kind of a little bit of our oracle. He's really one of our very, very precious mentors who really helped us a lot in those tough years of developing and bringing systemic economy into on the market, let's say. And he told me, you know, you should be a professor, you know. And we had already some contacts with Vesalius College, now called Brussels School of Governance, and we had this space that Sven gave us, which is the summer university. It's a lapse, it's a period of time where a lot of students from all over the world, actually, we had Americans, Chinese, Turkish, from all over the world, come to Brussels to have, to gain a few credits. And he said, okay, clean sheet, 6 weeks, 2 afternoons a week. Remember that time, because you were really partner in crime. And we said, okay, let's do this. And we adapted our whole methodology to a business school course. And it was a whole exercise to bring something round in squares.
It was a real exercise, and especially to get this program accredited.
Yeah, to have it accredited, to get the credits for it. And you did an incredible job, and I have to really thank you, because without you, this program would never have happened, because I don't have the patience for that. You really did an incredible job there. And so we did 2 summers in a row, 2019, 2020, with between 12 and 15
students.
Great students. You were there every time. And was also action learning. So they had to develop a project, and we had incredible projects coming out of it.
And if I remember well, the university actually was very impressed by our methodology, which is not so traditional in the academic world. Following the second summer course, we had a lot of interns that came and requested to do an internship in our organization.
Yeah, yeah. So they came at the office and they went on with their project, because the project that they invented, they were so excited, so that they followed it up for 3-4 months, 5 of them.
And this is really actually the field results of this summer course that also helped us to get this executive program accredited. And I really would like to thank Sven van Kerkhoven, that was there always with us and still today, to keep building on this program. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, there's already a next edition, right? That is rolling.
The next edition
of the executive training.
Yes, of course. It's starting on the 13th of September. We have already 4 to 5 people registered from Morocco. One of our extrapreneurs, actually, Luc, registered. So he's going to be able to become also himself. Oh, good. In 2 minutes, the show goes on. Good. He's going to be this whole principle, like Oud said, that all the alumni, all the people that are following the course, can in the course after that become a mentor, become a coach, paid for. So like that, we will be able to take a little bit of holidays once in a while, and we'll have our alumni empowered, and we'll be able to duplicate the program. That's the principle, the whole game.
In all the continents, actually, because today we already have Europe, North America.
I don't even count the people. We had people from Rio, from Atlanta, Tel Aviv, Madrid. We had people from Lyon, Bratislava, Lisbon, Marino's in Lisbon, Paris, of course. Yves, I don't know where. Once it was in Paris, once Zurich, once Brussels. I don't know. But anyway, from 3 continents now, and it's very exciting. The Asian part is more difficult. We have somebody from Dubai, but he had to cut off because it's 2 a.m. in the morning for him. So, but on the other side, North America, it's possible. So now I think it's time for the rest of the show business.
And I'll give you my seats so that you can close this part that is in English.
I have to close?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this was it. This was the first part of this 9th Systemic Economy Summit. Thank you from the bottom of our heart, of the whole team which is there lined out for your work, for all your work, for your input, for your good ideas, for all the preparation you did for this summit in English of the Club of Brussels part, executive training. Laure, thank you so, so much. In the name of the next generations. Ooh. Yes, it's that, huh? So it was heavy, but now we know that we have solutions and we have at least the keys to the collaboration between the generations. Wow. And it's big time. It's big time. You did an incredible job. So really, thank you so, so much. It was on the flow, really. So now we're going to get a little bit lighter, even though that was also light and good. Now we're going to get lighter parce que maintenant, nous allons passer en français. Pourquoi? Parce que c'est la 7e édition de Extrapreneur. Alors, Extrapreneur, c'est une autre ambiance, c'est également de la start-up, c'est également... Alors, c'est pour la première fois que nous avons exporté le modèle, c'est-à-dire que nous avons travaillé sur 4 pays, 8 projets sur 4 pays, 6 des 8 projets vont être présentés. Donc, il y en a déjà un qui a été présenté, donc 5. Ces projets sont live, ils vont continuer. C'est la première fois d'Extrapreneur que ces projets continuent tous en vrai. Donc, je sais qu'ils sont tous très, très, très excited de présenter leur case. Et donc, on va passer dans l'Andalousie, au Portugal, on va aller un peu partout en France et aussi en Haute-en-Blève. Ceux qui ne connaissent pas encore, vous allez avoir envie d'y aller. Voilà, on me dit d'arrêter de blablater.
Et alors, avant ça, avant de rencontrer les participants extrapreneurs et découvrir les projets qu'ils ont faits, qu'ils ont suivis, qu'ils ont construits dans leurs propres mains en utilisant en fait les mêmes outils que lors du cours exécutif expliqué plus tôt, nous allons voir une petite vidéo qui explique Extrapreneur en 3 minutes.
Muriel de Carpentry, qui est partenaire de la 8e édition et qui est une productrice fantastique, une grande amie de cœur et qui a produit cette vidéo pour nous. Voilà, et donc on l'a fait un grand bisou, un grand bonjour. Merci Muriel.
Voilà, la vidéo va apparaître dans un instant.
On lance cette pour faire connaissance entre voilà, les extrapreneurs, les entrepreneurs de demain. C'est en 2015 en réalité qu'on a inventé ce mot et avec un jeune stagiaire, le fils d'un de mes clients, qu'on a fait tout un travail dans l'été 2015 pour concevoir, construire, co-construire ce concept d'extrapreneuriat. L'autonomie énergétique qui est possible aujourd'hui, tout à fait possible, dans ces petites maisons. La saison Extrapreneur, la 7e édition qui commence maintenant fin mars, le 29 mars, va durer pendant 9 semaines. Et donc à travers ces 9 semaines, on amène la colonne vertébrale de ces nouveaux business models systémiques, collaboratifs, pour arriver après 9 semaines avec un business qui tourne, qui a ses premiers clients, qui a ses premières alliances stratégiques. Et donc, c'est de la pratique, c'est de la théorie mise en pratique tout de suite sur un vrai projet. Je dis, on va faire des alliances avec des entreprises qui sont en demande d'innovation, mais qui sont coincées dans une structure, coincées dans des façons de penser. Des alliances également avec des pouvoirs locaux qui ont envie de créer une plus-value territoriale sur leur ville, sur leur village, leur territoire, et des alliances avec des citoyens qui ont envie d'entreprendre pour demain. C'est une formation, mais c'est de la formation action, c'est-à-dire qu'on ne va pas expliquer comment il faut faire, mais ils vont faire eux-mêmes. Chacun va faire sur un projet réel. C'est de l'apprentissage de pair à pair, c'est-à-dire qu'on va beaucoup apprendre les uns des autres. Chacun va venir avec des compétences et tout le monde va apprendre de tout le monde.
C'est ça qui m'a attiré. Je suis entrepreneur dans la construction ossature bois.
Donc c'est ça, ça fait grosso modo 10 ans que nous avons des signaux anxiogènes, hein. C'est la fin du monde, c'est ceci, c'est cela, le climat et tout ça, et nous sommes très démunis face à un monde scientifique ou à un monde politique qu'on attend, mais qui n'arrive pas en fait avec du concret. Et ici, Extrapreneur, c'est une façon d'être capable d'agir sur le terrain avec une nouvelle intelligence économique, une nouvelle intelligence humaine, de l'humain reconnecté en fait à sa puissance, et avec cette puissance finalement de frappe d'entreprises locales qui ont envie de faire des choses. Nous ne regardons pas les diplômes, nous regardons est-ce qu'il y a une volonté, une envie, un désir de construire demain. Donc nous avons eu des jeunes de 20 ans, nous avons eu des pensionnés de 70 ans, nous avons eu 6 à 8 nationalités différentes. C'est vraiment ce point commun, c'est le désir d'entreprendre pour demain et la recherche de sens.
Toute bonne journée à tous, bisous, bye bye, merci à tous, l'union fait la force.
Voilà, maintenant, nous allons commencer les présentations des 5 projets extrapreneurs. Alors, nous avons notre première extrapreneuse qui nous vient de... Elle va dire où elle est quelque part dans le fin fond de la France. Et je vois que tu es dans ton véhicule, Julie, en transit. Tu vas nous parler d'un projet mystérieux dans l'Andalousie profonde, en Espagne. Voilà, Julie, avec un projet avec... Tu présenteras l'équipe toi-même. Voilà, j'en dis pas plus. Vas-y.
Entendu. Voilà. Bonjour et bienvenue à tous. Bienvenue à Para del Viento, la Maison du Vent, qui est une éco-communauté basée sur les modèles de la permaculture et du yoga et qui se situe au sud de l'Espagne, en Andalousie. Pendant cette présentation, nous allons aborder différentes thématiques concernant l'habitat et la construction, l'agriculture et la nature, la santé et la nutrition, l'éducation et l'empowerment, et pour terminer, avec un nouveau modèle de gouvernance. Para del Viento est une maison qui se situe en Andalousie, au cœur du parc naturel, où nous valorisons la construction durable de par l'utilisation des ressources naturelles de manière à rénover, mais aussi envisager de nouvelles possibilités, telles que la création de dômes géodésiques ou bien de carters. La gestion des déchets est au cœur de notre projet, en ayant pour objectif zéro déchet. Nous mettons déjà en place différentes manières de recyclage du plastique, par exemple, pour en faire des coussins de méditation. Actuellement, la maison est consciente de son énergie par l'utilisation de l'énergie solaire. L'agriculture et la nature ont une place importante à Para del Viento, car cette maison possède un jardin d'1,5 hectare. Et nous gardons à cœur le mantra de soigner le sol et non pas la plante. Car c'est au travers de modèles d'agriculture durable s'inspirant de la permaculture et de la biodynamie, entre autres, mais aussi en citant l'agroforesterie, que nous souhaitons créer un modèle de résilience et d'inspirer de manière à proposer l'agriculture de demain. Le soin de la terre est aussi en lien avec le soin et la santé apportée à chacun des individus présents à Para del Viento. C'est pourquoi cet aspect autour de la santé et de la nutrition est mis en valeur. Est mis en valeur par la prévention que nous nourrissons grâce à des pratiques holistiques telles que le yoga, la naturopathie, la méditation, l'aromathérapie et bien d'autres. Nous avons déjà mis en place ce lien entre le jardin et la santé, par exemple avec la création d'huile de millepertuis. Au cœur de ces savoirs se crée une notion de partage. Et le partage se fait au travers d'une éducation formelle et informelle, de manière à redonner le pouvoir à chacun. En recevant des bénévoles, alors Para del Viento permet d'entendre les expériences et les histoires de chacun, mais aussi de proposer, de transformer. C'est donc au travers de stages et de formations que nous transmettrons nos connaissances et que nous continuerons à en recevoir en retour. Cette éthique et cette cohérence se sent au travers de ce modèle de gouvernance que Paradel Viento propose comme étant un modèle pionnier. La gouvernance de Paradel Viento s'appuiera sur le modèle holocratique. L'holocratie est un modèle de gouvernance circulaire où chacun est libre de choisir l'impact qu'il veut avoir dans son cercle de décision. Au travers d'une communication non violente, une communication saine, alors Paradel Viento pourra mettre en parallèle la gouvernance holocratique, mais aussi le business model ASPO, Autonomous Zero Profit Organization, qui se veut être résilient et revaloriser les ressources, les savoirs, les connaissances. Ce modèle nous amène à différentes étapes. Les prochaines étapes de Paradel Viento. Dans un premier temps, nous mobilisons le réseau, local et international, de manière à avoir des partenaires solides et fiables qui ont à cœur les mêmes valeurs que notre équipe. Nous mobilisons aussi une communauté de financement participatif, de crowdfunding, de manière à poursuivre la restauration et la réhabilitation de la maison. Continuer le design de jardin en suivant ces valeurs de permaculture, de manière à recevoir de plus en plus de volontaires sur site. Par la suite, l'écotourisme se verra au travers de location de chambres de la maison en Airbnb, mais bien aussi au travers d'organisations de retraites et de stages, ou alors la possibilité de louer l'intégralité de la maison à d'autres partenaires pour effectuer leur propre formation. Ces étapes restent dans notre idée d'inspirer de manière à transformer pour partager cette source de connaissances. Et c'est pourquoi aujourd'hui, nous lançons un appel à vous qui pouvez venir à la découverte de ce nouveau monde. De différentes manières, en tant que bénévole, par le biais de Workaway, ou alors une contribution de 4 € par jour sera mise en place, ou bien en nous soutenant financièrement par la participation au crowdfunding, de manière à obtenir l'équivalent de 20 000 € et qui nous permettra à poursuivre la réalisation de ce projet. Vous aurez donc la possibilité d'être nos premiers clients pour louer les chambres Airbnb ou alors nos premiers partenaires pour venir profiter de cette merveille. Je vous présente ici mon équipe avec Elena, Gabriel et Oliver. Vous pouvez nous contacter sur Facebook et Instagram en notant Paradel Viento ou bien par email de manière à nous soutenir et je vous remercie pour votre attention et votre participation.
Et tu es où là pour l'instant?
À côté de Montpellier, dans une autre communauté.
Eh bien, voilà, super. Donc, merci beaucoup. Félicitations à toute l'équipe. Bravo en tout cas pour le travail extraordinaire que vous avez fait. J'ai vu que vous avez déjà vos premiers légumes, déjà vos premières conserves. À partir de quand est-ce qu'on pourra venir vous voir?
Donc, ce sera possible de venir nous visiter à partir de début septembre. Et donc, à compter de cette date, pour être les bienvenus en tant qu'écotouristes.
Voilà, début septembre, avis aux amateurs, c'est la meilleure période. L'été, il fait très très chaud, donc la meilleure période, c'est les entre-saisons, comme ça vous le savez. Et vous êtes juste dans un des plus beaux coins d'Andalousie. Allez voir entre Marbella et Ronda, à Paradel Viento. Je pense que même que sur Google Maps, on peut vous retrouver. Ça a été... La maison est déjà visible sur Google Maps. J'en ai reçu. Merci beaucoup. Bisous à tous. À Elena, grand bonjour à Gabi aussi. Bon voyage. Bonne route. Maintenant, il y a une question du public de Véronique qui demande c'est quoi la différence entre extrapreneur et la formation exécutive. Alors, extrapreneur, c'est en français. Il y a plusieurs différences. Extrapreneur est en français, executive training, c'est en anglais comme son nom l'indique. Extrapreneur, c'est un projet entrepreneurial terrain à ancrer dans un territoire. C'est entre 20 et 70 ans, nous avons eu toutes sortes déjà de participants intergénérationnels. Il n'y a pas comment dirais-je, d'intake, comme on dit, au niveau académique, alors que l'executive training, c'est pour des dirigeants, des étudiants quand même en master, donc on demande, c'est une formation exécutive, donc c'est pour des dirigeants, des entrepreneurs, des managers, et c'est en cours du soir. Alors qu'en cours du soir, le lundi et le mercredi, de 5h30 à 8h30, alors qu'extrapreneur, c'est 3 après-midi, c'est de 2 à 5, pendant le lundi, le mardi et le jeudi. Alors quoi d'autre? Oui, l'executive training est diplômant. Executive training donne également accès à une communauté de clubbers, on les appelle, qui travaillent ensemble sur des questions de gouvernance, de business model, de leadership. Maintenant, Extrapreneur est aussi une communauté extraordinaire parce que c'est une communauté d'entrepreneurs, d'extrapreneurs par définition, mais sur le terrain. Donc, il y a également un énorme échange. C'est un peu le même genre d'échange qui est invité à être fait entre les deux communautés. Extrapreneur, c'est 250 €. L'executive training, c'est 3 950 € plus TVA. Donc, ce n'est pas le même prix non plus. Voilà, est-ce que j'ai tout dit? Est-ce que j'ai oublié quelque chose? Ça va? Voilà, maintenant, nous allons voir notre prochain extrapreneur, pas des moindres. J'ai envie de dire notre chouchou parce qu'André Lio était souvent au bureau. On n'a pas vu beaucoup de monde. Il était là, il était au rendez-vous. Il est beau, il est jeune. Il va nous parler d'un projet, malgré les apparences, pas en Belgique, mais un projet au Portugal.
Donc, bonjour à tous, je suis vraiment content d'être là aujourd'hui. Moi, c'est André Lio. Je vais vous présenter un projet donc extrapreneur AgriHub Belaluz au Portugal. Allô, vous m'entendez bien? Dans lequel, en fait, je suis en coopération avec Oriane Corman et son mari, Dr Dominique Doc. Donc, Belaluz, qui signifie belle lumière en portugais, donc en référence au thym résineux, donc Thymus masticina. Un thym qui pousse dans ces contrées-là et dont les vertus sont vraiment, voilà, expectorantes, décongestionnantes et très recherchées. Et c'est vraiment un projet porteur d'espoir, belle lumière, et ça donne la motivation. Donc le terrain Belaluz se situe dans la chaîne de montagnes de Serra da Estrela, au nord du Portugal, une étendue de nature magnifique, avec des vues vraiment prenantes. J'ai hâte d'aller visiter. Situé à 6 km du village de Linares da Beira, le village moyenâgeux, il y a 65 habitants, soit 16 habitants par kilomètre carré, ce qui est vraiment très peu. Quelle est la solution que nous allons développer sur place? Nous allons créer un hub international d'agriculture écologique. Nous allons y mettre à disposition des terrains pour des projets de 2 à 6 ans, pour les entrepreneurs. Nous allons créer un site sur place. Donc, nous allons créer des locaux, des sanitaires, des boutiques pour qu'il y ait un peu de vie sur place, sur le terrain. Nous allons transformer nos propres produits agricoles, donc faire des huiles essentielles, par exemple. Nous allons créer du logement dans les villages pour que les entrepreneurs puissent rester le temps de leur projet. Ce sera aussi un lieu de ressourcement. Donc, nous allons créer un programme, nous allons lancer plutôt le programme complémentaire pour des médecins en burn-out. C'est le projet de Dominique qui veut venir en aide à ses collègues. Donc, à quels grands enjeux nous allons répondre? Nous allons répondre à l'enjeu de l'agriculture et de la nutrition en proposant des terrains disposés à la permaculture et en cultivant nos propres fruits, légumes et autres produits. À l'éducation et à l'apprentissage en proposant des formations en ligne et des stages pratiques pour les étudiants. À la culture et à la diversité, nous allons faire agir des acteurs internationaux sur le terrain. Et voilà. La communication et les liens sociaux, c'est évident, nous vivrons tous en communauté sur place, donc nous allons échanger avec les autres et sous une même charte dans la joie et la bonne humeur. Entrepreneuriat, donc nous sommes entrepreneurs, donc c'est ça. Et santé, en proposant, comme je disais, des fruits sains, des légumes, et par exemple avec les huiles essentielles, aussi accompagner la santé sans pour autant être un organisme de soins et santé publique. En quoi est-ce fondamentalement différent? Nous allons combiner un terrain plus des startups, ce qui ne s'est jamais fait auparavant. Donc vraiment ici, l'objectif, ce sera de revaloriser l'agriculture et le tourisme rural. Nous faisons jouer des acteurs internationaux. Nous faisons nos propres transformations localement. Et l'objectif est de redynamiser le village et les commerces voisins en faisant des échanges. Prochaines étapes, on crée des synergies avec les entreprises locales, comme je disais. Nous allons lancer le programme de formation en permaculture, herboristerie, apiculture et même aromathérapie par la suite. Lancer le programme de ressourcement pour les médecins en burn-out et trouver des financements tels que FEDER, crowdfunding. Et nous allons lancer des appels à projets dans les écoles d'agriculture. Nos parties prenantes, nous sommes en cours de discussion avec le professeur Aïssam Djikali, qui est professeur à l'Université de Liège Jean Blou, agrobiotech. Nous avons Open Village, qui est un village, éco-village à Marrakech, pour avoir des conseils. Et nous avons l'APTAR, qui est aussi une université, dans le but en fait d'avoir des élèves qui viendraient sur le terrain pour aider du bénévolat et en plus avoir des stages, bénéficier de stages. Nos équipes, donc il y a moi-même, avec mon logo, ma marque, Essentialio. Je suis producteur belge d'huile essentielle et d'hydrolat naturel et j'ai pour objectif sur place de faire pousser des plantes aromatiques et de pouvoir les distiller et de proposer mes huiles essentielles et mes hydrolats aux personnes locales. Il y a ici le fondateur de la coopérative bruxelloise agricole Vert d'Iris, Frédéric Morand. Et vous avez donc Oriane, qui est la propriétaire du terrain avec Dominique, qui est la fondatrice aussi de l'Académie de coaching relationnel systémique, qui propose des formations en ligne. Voilà. Et son amie Paola Mendes, qui produit des huiles essentielles. Je vous remercie d'avoir suivi donc cette présentation. Et pour plus d'amples informations, vous pouvez contacter Oriane. Donc oriane.corman@gmail.com. Merci bien. Au revoir.
Bravo, en tout cas, magnifique, André Lio. Donc, André Lio, tu as travaillé et sur le projet d'Oriane et sur ton propre projet en parallèle pendant tout le programme. Hein?
C'est ça, c'est ça.
Donc, c'est ça qui est génial parce qu'il y a eu un lien qui s'est fait presque naturellement. Et donc, rendez-vous à l'INARES, évidemment.
Exactement. J'ai vraiment hâte d'être sur le terrain et de pouvoir développer ça tous ensemble.
Et de sentir ce qui pousse. Voilà, merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions du public? Non. Alors, nous allons passer au prochain projet. Alors, vous avez entendu dans la première, pour ceux qui étaient là, pendant la première partie de l'après-midi, on a parlé de plus ou moins une personne sur deux, selon les cas, une personne sur deux qui souffre de déséquilibre psychologique, de anxiété, stress, burn-out, dépression et autres joyeuseries, et ça va augmenter. Et donc, ça nous a, 2-3 semaines avant le démarrage d'Extrapreneur 7, on s'est dit, mais faisons un projet là-dessus parce que ça n'est pas normal. Rien que ça, déjà, on devrait tout arrêter et repenser la question. Et nous avons Claire, qu'on a rencontrée, déjà on l'avait déjà rencontrée lors d'une séance d'information l'année dernière. Tu es venue de Lille, Claire, je me souviens, je n'oublierai jamais, tu es venue nous voir à Louvain-la-Neuve, je n'oublierai jamais ce moment-là. Tu avais pris ta voiture et tu étais venue jusqu'à Louvain-la-Neuve pour nous écouter, pour dire on a envie de faire quelque chose. Et tu t'es très naturellement mis sur ce projet. Et alors, ce qui a été très sportif, enfin voilà, je vais pas en dire plus, mais ça a été une aventure extraordinaire, ce que nous avons découvert et développé. Et je suis super impressionné du résultat de ce que vous avez obtenu avec ce projet. Donc, sans plus attendre, Claire, the floor is yours, comme on dit en anglais. Tu as la parole. On est très, très curieux.
Merci, Michel. Bonjour à tous. Donc, je vais vous partager l'écran. Donc, j'ai participé au projet santé et prévention, et plus particulièrement, on s'est intéressé à la santé mentale post-Covid. Je ne sais pas si vous connaissez la répercussion du Covid, de cette pandémie sur la santé mentale. Selon l'OMS, un adulte sur 3 signale un certain degré de détresse. Et lorsqu'on s'intéresse aux jeunes, ce chiffre, il grimpe jusqu'à 1 personne sur 2. Pour vous donner une idée, avant la pandémie, on parlait de 1 personne sur 4 qui déclarait un certain degré de détresse. Et donc, avec ces chiffres assez faramineux pour moi, on s'est intéressé au coût de ces troubles de la santé mentale. En Europe, pour 1 an, cela coûte 170 milliards d'euros. Et devant ces chiffres, on s'est dit qu'il serait bien intéressant de se pencher sur la prévention de ces problèmes de santé mentale, donc la psychoéducation et de l'apprentissage de la résilience, afin de permettre à chacun de pouvoir faire face, trouver ses solutions et faire face à ce monde qui est maintenant incertain et complexe. On a donc créé des cercles de résilience et d'intelligence collective. Alors, on les a créés avec 2 publics, d'une part les particuliers et d'autre part le monde de l'entreprise. En ce qui concerne les particuliers, notre premier cercle de résilience, il a pu montrer qu'on avait une certaine reconnexion à soi, aux autres. Les participants vraiment retrouvaient la joie pendant ces sessions et forcément, ils découvraient une nouvelle résilience qu'ils avaient en eux. Et fort de ce résultat, on a imaginé une synergie entre un hôte qui va recevoir chez lui le cercle de résilience, un facilitateur et des participants qui, via une application, pourront s'inscrire à ce cercle de résilience, qui sera près de chez eux ou près de leur travail, comme ça les arrange. En ce qui concerne l'entreprise, on a mis en place un cercle de résilience et on a travaillé un thème particulier de la résilience. Et on a pu observer que durant cette rencontre, ont émergé un certain nombre de solutions aux challenges des uns et des autres, et que ces solutions, elles étaient applicables et testables par les participants tout de suite après la rencontre. Donc, fort de cette expérience, on a décliné un programme d'1 an avec 48 thèmes de la résilience et 4 thèmes libres qui répondront aux problématiques spécifiques de l'entreprise et des employés. Les spécificités de notre solution, vraiment, on a fait un choix important, c'est d'être 100% dans l'instant présent. On ménage un espace de sécurité, de bienveillance et de non-jugement qui va permettre à chacun de pouvoir déposer dans le cercle ses difficultés, ses émotions. Et c'est vraiment un groupe d'aide de pair en pair, de pair à pair, pardon, et qui permet de développer sa résilience. En ce qui concerne les facilitateurs, on a opté pour une formation initiale qui sera suivie après via une communauté par une formation continue. Durant ces 9 semaines, on a monté 2 partenariats. Et ces partenariats, ils vont perdurer après, dans le lancement de l'activité. Le premier partenaire, c'est UniOne, qui a 7 ans d'expérience de cercle de partage. Et le deuxième partenaire est Workplace Options, qui est un organisme qui délivre des services de bien-être aux entreprises. Il touche plus de 80 millions d'employés dans plus de 200 pays et territoires. les prochaines étapes en 2021, eh bien, c'est un appel que je fais aujourd'hui au financement qui se font sur notre stratégie, le business plan qu'on a mis en place. On voudrait mettre en place une équipe de gestion de projet, une équipe de facilitateurs. On va lancer dans 2 ou 3 villes en Europe des cercles destinés aux particuliers et on va aussi lancer des cercles en entreprise. Enfin, on va lancer la programmation de la plateforme de réservation qui aidera les particuliers à réserver leur cercle de résilience. Le deuxième appel que je fais, il vous est destiné. Venez nous rejoindre, démarrer un cercle de résilience dans votre ville ou dans votre organisation. J'ai mis là un mail, hello@extrapreneur.org. Vous pouvez poser toutes vos questions et avoir des renseignements si besoin. Mais je vous remercie de votre écoute et je suis disponible pour des questions en live.
Voilà. Claire, félicitations, ça mérite un petit applaudissement. Hein, tous à la fois derrière vos écrans, franchement, c'est super impressionnant parce que de chez toi, de Lille, hein, parce que c'est extraordinaire, en fait, finalement, c'est très peu vu, peu ou pas vu. On voit les résultats et la performance de ce projet, tant en B2C qu'en B2B. En plus, B2C, tester, valider un nouveau modèle. Félicitations en tout cas, Claire. Vraiment, c'est un résultat fabuleux. Et donc, je vais faire la transition vers un territoire, merci Claire, un territoire également qui va nous aider à nous retrouver également. Mais il faut dire que c'est aussi une histoire d'amour, hein, Frédéric, finalement. Hein, n'ayons pas peur des mots, n'est-ce pas? Non, il y a 1 an et des, j'ai été invité pour faire une petite conférence à Malmedy. Je ne connaissais pas, pour tout vous dire. Et j'y suis resté. Je suis venu pendant 1 an, 1 fois par mois. Et puis finalement, assez naturellement, on se dit, ben, mettons un grand coup d'accélérateur et faisons cette chose folle qui a en 2 mois, ça a été consolidé grâce à toi, Fred, et à l'équipe du Cercle Intermils local. J'ai rencontré des gens extraordinaires là, qui ont dans leur sang, dans leur ADN, la résilience, un grand mot qui prend toute son ampleur et son amplitude quand on va à Malmedy et ce fameux pays dont tu vas nous parler, qui s'est autoproclamé et qui aujourd'hui continue. Voilà, je ne vais pas en dire plus, Fred, je te laisse avec ton talent d'orateur qui dépasse de loin le mien, présenter ton pays. Voilà.
Que de pression, Michel, merci beaucoup. Effectivement, c'est un beau pays. J'espère que vous êtes bien chez vous, malgré que vous soyez derrière un écran. Nous, on doit avouer qu'on n'est pas trop mal. Vous le voyez, donc le pays de la Haute-Amblève est à l'initiative du Cercle Intermils, comme tu l'as bien rappelé, Michel, et nous vous y souhaitons la bienvenue. La bienvenue en plusieurs langues, évidemment, c'est ça aussi qui fait la richesse de notre territoire, notre région, notre passion, qui s'articule autour d'un véritable vecteur et d'un véritable plan d'action. Ensemble, construisons et consolidons la résilience, l'autonomie, et le bien-vivre de notre territoire pour les décennies à venir. C'est pour nous essentiel et c'est pour nous une évidence parce qu'en cette période d'après-crise sanitaire, cette belge région d'exception située aux portes des Hauts-de-Fagne, en province de Liège, au sud de l'arrondissement de Verviers, nous sommes en Wallonie, rassemble un maximum de fonctions vitales face aux enjeux sociétaux d'aujourd'hui et de demain. Donc forcément, on y met le filtre de l'économie systémique et on se rend compte ni plus ni moins que c'est l'ensemble des fonctions vitales qui est représenté. Les enjeux sont colossaux pour demain, donc il est essentiel d'apporter maintenant une réponse et du concret à ces demandes. Donc Haute-Amblève, finalement, qu'est-ce que c'est? Haute-Amblève, c'est une identité territoriale, une zone géographique qui est basé sur le bassin hydrographique de l'Amblève. Vous le voyez ici à l'écran, ce bassin hydrographique est composé d'une 20aine de communes. Nous en avons ciblé 6 pour commencer. Pourquoi ces 6 communes? Cela correspond aussi à l'ancienne principauté abbatiale de Stavelot-Malmedy, où on retrouve des traces écrites de Amblève déjà en 876. Donc, pas la peine de parler de légitimité, je pense que c'est évident. Ces 6 communes reprennent 34 000 habitants pour 55 000 hectares. Ces communes vont de Wem en amont à Malmedy, Stavelot, Trois-Ponts, Toumont, Lierneux en aval. Ces communes constituent également la zone de police et zone de secours de la région. Donc, des réflexes sont déjà présents, mais pas encore assez. Pour l'anecdote, Ouem et Malmedy reprennent environ 20 000 habitants et il y a un peu plus de 2000 numéros de TVA. Je pense que ça mérite d'être souligné. Et donc, cette région présente toute une série d'atouts naturels d'abord, avec des parcs naturels, le parc naturel des Sources, par exemple, ou encore le parc naturel des Hauts-de-Fagne, des lacs, exemple le lac de Robertville, qui est une réserve d'eau potabilisable gérée par l'intercommunal local, ou encore le lac à Trois-Ponts, qui sert à la centrale hydroélectrique de Caux pour l'énergie, des atouts paysagers, des formidables vues comme celles que vous voyez là, la fagne wallonne prise au-dessus de la tour à Bautrange, on est plus ou moins à 700 mètres d'altitude, mais pas que. Il y a la région bocagère de la Warche, il y a des paysages d'intérêt biologique extraordinaires sur la commune de Lierneux, et j'en passe et j'en passe. Des atouts touristiques, évidemment, de par les tracés, les événements, les balades à pied, en vélo, ce que vous voulez, mais vraiment, c'est l'air pur, c'est se ressourcer, s'ancrer, et qui dit tourisme, qui dit aussi une offre importante en gîte et en hôtel, et aussi en restauration. Donc, forcément, ça crée une économie locale assez forte liée au tourisme, mais pas que, aussi à la construction ou à la construction en bois, qui est extrêmement renommée également de manière internationale pour la région, notamment pour la qualité de sa main-d'œuvre. Une économie qui se veut aussi pluridisciplinaire et qui est également liée aux atouts socio-culturels, puisque un peu chaque commune a ses traditions, son folklore, pour certains son carnaval et d'autres sont létarés. N'allez pas dire à certains que c'est un létaré alors que c'est un carnaval, ça n'ira pas. Et l'inverse aussi d'ailleurs. C'est ça qui fait la richesse de la région. Et donc, tous ces atouts forment des plus-values non seulement pour les communes, le fait de relayer, on veut absolument relayer ces actions entre les communes, les entreprises et les citoyens. Donc, c'est pas question de réinventer la roue, mais plutôt de renforcer l'existant, de créer des workshops de résolution de problèmes, d'actionner des poids de levier et de promotion au niveau d'un marketing territorial, faire des appels à projets dans des secteurs qui nous sont évidents et qui répondent aux enjeux comme l'alimentation, les entreprises, l'agriculture, la ruralité ou le tourisme durable. Chez nous, on trouve énormément d'excellents produits locaux et forcément de bon goût. Donc, notre objectif est de consolider tout ça avec et pour les communes, et de s'offrir ce service d'entraide avec les associations existantes. Et donc, d'aiguiller même les jeunes entrepreneurs et de faire le lien, un transfert de savoir, finalement, entre les anciens qui ont réussi et les plus jeunes qui se lancent, avec, bien sûr, le cercle thermisme, break to be, changeons de main, j'en passe, j'aime entreprendre. Donc, finalement, nous sommes catalyseurs d'une économie régénératrice, un véritable territoire résilient exemplaire. Qui dit économie, dit aussi plus-value pour les entreprises, un véritable marketplace dynamique, avec la volonté de dynamiser ce commerce local qui est existant, qui est puissant, mais on va le renforcer avec les nouvelles technologies, notamment valoriser le personnel. On l'a dit, je l'ai dit en introduction, la main-d'œuvre liée à cette région est reconnue, et bien il faut la valoriser. C'est une demande des entreprises, donc des avoirs annuels et un sentiment de fierté qu'on va retrouver aussi dans la création d'un label. Ça, c'est vraiment une pierre rouge, c'est vraiment une priorité absolue pour nous, c'est ce label Made in Haute-Amblève, un peu à l'instar de ce que font nos amis et voisins Made in Oost-Belgen, avec tout cela, kit de marketing, une charte de qualité. Plus-value également pour les citoyens et les visiteurs, parce que ce sentiment de fierté, venez une fois chez nous, vous comprendrez, même quand il pleut, on y trouve des moments magiques et des moments incroyables, c'est un spectacle permanent finalement que la nature nous livre ses beautés. Donc, c'est faire la promotion de cela, c'est une évidence pour nous. La promotion des citoyens, des tracés, des activités qui sont déjà relayées par les nombreuses maisons du tourisme. On se veut complémentaires, on veut les montrer et les labelliser au nom de Haute-Amblève, tout en créant des événements basés sur l'échange, la découverte, la dégustation et la culture. Et pourquoi pas des cartes de membres et, in fine, de réduction. Mais finalement, vous me direz, mais c'est bien beau tout ça, mais concrètement, en quoi ce projet est fondamentalement différent? Demain n'attend pas, mesdames, messieurs, c'est maintenant que ça se passe. C'est pas hier, c'est pas demain, c'est maintenant. Donc la relance, c'est très bien, on en aura bien besoin, mais ce sera certainement insuffisant. Donc l'idée est vraiment de rassembler ces forces entre le politique, le citoyen, l'économique et le social et l'environnemental. Donc de fait, de mettre tout ce filtre économie systémique au service du pays, de la Haute-Amblève et devenir modestement évidemment, en toute humilité, le premier laboratoire vivant de résilience et de régénération. Concrètement, il nous faut des étapes, elles sont balisées. Donc j'ai le plaisir ici de confirmer une chose, c'est que ce pays de Haute-Amblève est en création sous forme d'une ASBL, et que ce label de qualité Made in est également en cours de construction, notamment au niveau de la stratégie de com et des différents supports. On s'est fixé au mois de d'octobre. Donc, la machine est lancée, c'est formidable. D'ailleurs, on a commencé évidemment à rencontrer les différentes parties prenantes. Certaines ont confirmé, d'autres, nous allons évidemment continuer à les rencontrer et concrétiser ces alliances publiques, privées, citoyennes qui, pour nous, sont une évidence pour la suite. Bon, alors, encore une fois, vous allez me dire, c'est bien beau, mais qui êtes-vous? Finalement, dans cette FBL, on retrouve des membres fondateurs que sont évidemment le cercle intermis, on en a parlé, les communes, les représentants des sociétés, mais également des individus comme vous, comme moi, et surtout, petit cadeau particulier à toute cette équipe Extrapreneur 7, les quelques noms sont cités, mais merci à tous pour l'inspiration et les bons conseils. Donc, Autant Blaise ASBL est en cours de création grâce à Extrapreneur. C'est un plaisir pour nous peut-être de vous recevoir et d'ici là, voici quelques photos qui vont juste vous permettre de vous plonger là-bas et vous dire à quel point nous avons beaucoup de chance de faire partie du vivant et de le respecter. Plus que jamais, on se donne rendez-vous pour nous en octobre parce que c'est là que ça commence.
Bravo Fred. Ça donne vraiment envie de venir. Alors, vous n'êtes pas tous à la fois, vous avez un problème de luxe. Fred, c'est que vous avez déjà presque trop de touristes. Je me souviens, en plein confinement, en post-confinement, l'été passé, il y avait un monde fou.
Exact.
Donc, mais en tout cas, une adresse, Fred Chesley, si vous voulez y aller, on vous donnera ses coordonnées. Effectivement, vous avez réussi finalement en très peu de temps quelque chose que, enfin, personnellement, je n'ai pas vu d'autres territoires réussir aussi vite à mettre ensemble les entreprises à travers le cercle intermis. Il faut dire que le CA du cercle intermis, ça a joué un énorme rôle de bulldozer en disant on doit faire ça avec Luc, évidemment, le Luc Dutilleux, architecte urbaniste, qui lui est un peu un malmédien de souche, mais qui lui a dit voilà, il faut faire ça. Et donc là, il y a vraiment eu cette locomotive, mais également le contact avec les bourgmestres, les collèges différentes communes, mais aussi les associations citoyennes qui ont été très présentes et qui ont fait un travail extraordinaire, les entrepreneurs aussi, locaux, ont fait un travail extraordinaire, je trouve, quand je suis arrivé là, il y a 1 an et demi, et déjà, c'était là. Donc, vous allez vraiment, je pense, et je suis certain, être le premier territoire exemplaire, résilient, systémique, avec ce triple hélix, ce lien entreprise, citoyen et pouvoirs publics locaux, et en comprenant vraiment qu'il va falloir travailler ensemble plutôt que d'attendre que l'un bouge ou l'argent de l'autre. Voilà, en tout cas, félicitations Fred, c'est vraiment génial, et vraiment rendez-vous là-bas bientôt. Donc c'est vraiment il faut savoir que ce que j'ai rencontré là comme gens, ça prend un petit peu de temps, alors il faut savoir pour s'apprivoiser, mais une fois qu'on est accueilli là, franchement, on ne peut plus s'en défaire. C'est comme, je ne sais pas, qui s'y frotte, s'y colle, je ne sais pas expliquer, il y a une chimie là-bas extrêmement intéressante que j'ai retrouvée, avec une espèce d'une énergie entrepreneuriale, genre presque on veut dire germanique, un sérieux et un ancrage vraiment impressionnant. Donc félicitations Fred pour ce travail de toute l'équipe, et donc rendez-vous là-bas très bientôt.
Avec grand plaisir.
Voilà. Alors, et pour finir, je vais présenter brièvement le projet que nous avons entrepris avec le port autonome de Namur, avec l'équipe du port autonome de Namur, dont Dominique, évidemment, et Anne-Françoise, mais également avec Abla qui a été notre extrapreneuse, et Nathalie aussi, qui est chez elle, que Paula, et qu'on donne un gros bisou. Voilà, ça c'était l'équipe qui a travaillé sur ce projet. Alors, je vais en parler brièvement parce que le projet n'est pas encore complètement bouclé. Par contre, on a une très bonne nouvelle ce matin, donc tout ça est tout frais. On a la première entreprise de la région, qui est une des plus grosses entreprises de construction wallonne, écologique, qui a donné son feu vert de faire un vrai travail. Sur quoi? Eh bien, je vous ai expliqué. La question était la chose suivante. Port autonome de Namur a dit comment faire pour faire passer une partie de ces 10 000 transports exceptionnels wallons par an, de plus en plus par les voies d'eau. Les gros objets, gros et longs et lourds, transporter des objets pareils par les autoroutes, ça bouche les autoroutes, ça casse les ponts, ça casse les lampes, les machins. Pourquoi pas passer plus par les voies d'eau? Et on dit qu'on était très excited parce que c'était notre tout premier projet de mobilité. On n'y connaissait mais absolument rien. Et donc, on a dit, OK, on fait ça. Et donc, l'objectif, c'était, voilà, se dire, OK, il n'y a rien. Donc, il n'y avait vraiment rien au niveau il n'y a pas de roadbook, pas de manuel, pas d'études sur la question. Et donc, nous avons dû démarrer d'une page blanche. Et donc, pour comprendre qu'est-ce qui allait pousser les entreprises, aider les entreprises à aller de l'un à l'autre. Les chargements, les barges, c'était gai comme tout. C'était d'un côté, on avait l'Espagne avec les légumes, de l'autre côté, on parlait de barges de 300 tonnes et de machins, des turbines. Donc, c'était tout à fait hallucinant à un moment donné, au moment chaud d'extrapreneurs. Et j'ai voulu commencer par quelque chose, parce que je suis originaire de Gand, qui est une ville portuaire, en fait, historique, et je me dis, mais finalement, en fait, repasser par l'eau, c'est revenir à nos racines, puisque à l'époque, à la belle époque, Moyen-Âge et avant, tout le commerce passait par l'eau, par les voies d'eau. Il y en a tendance à oublier ça, en particulier à Namur. Et donc, c'est finalement un peu un retour aux sources et de revoir comment retrouver ce bon sens, cette efficacité finalement du transport multimodal, donc pas que par l'eau, pas que par la route, mais également par, voilà, je peux passer la slide. Voilà, et donc ici, quelques photos pour vous donner une idée. Effectivement, on s'est rendu compte que des morceaux de pont, hein, qu'on pouvait les mettre sur des barges et les amener directement sur chantier, les turbines, vous en voyez là en haut à droite, c'est un transport qui a été fait pour une turbine d'un barrage en Wallonie. Et donc, on ne peut pas faire autrement que le faire passer par les voies d'eau. Mais également, construire des ossatures, de charpentes en béton précontraint. Une entreprise wallonne en a fait livrer à Metz toute une série par les voies d'eau, parce que ben voilà, c'est parfois même un petit peu plus cher, mais ils disent, mais finalement, c'est beaucoup plus pratique et moins risqué. Mais également, on sent qu'en faisant les recherches, qu'au niveau de l'avenir, ben les gros chantiers, les gros démontages, par exemple, de centrales nucléaires, toutes ces choses-là pourront passer de plus en plus par les voies d'eau. Et donc, on s'est dit, mais voilà, il faut maintenant approfondir le travail. Donc, on a créé avec Nathalie Abla et l'équipe du Port Autonome, on a commencé à créer un roadbook, c'est de dire, OK, comment on fait, quelles sont les choses à faire pour passer de l'un à l'autre, avec tout un arbre de décision et avec des mises en garde et également des possibilités de créer du bras de levier. Et donc, les prochaines étapes, c'est de finaliser ce roadbook pédagogique qui n'existe pas, on n'a pas trouvé chez les Hollandais, ils ne se cassent même pas la tête, ils disent, moi je me dis, on va trouver plein de choses en Hollande, pas du tout, ils disent, nous c'est plus facile, on va de A à B, on laisse tout sur le camion, et voilà, on ne le fait même pas. Donc il n'y avait rien en fait. D'autre part, c'est déjà de faire un exercice cet été, à partir de cet été, au début de l'automne, avec 2 entreprises, de faire l'exercice à fond, de les accompagner à travers ce roadbook pour pouvoir promouvoir notamment pour cette entreprise de construction qui vend des modules tout faits de maison dans le sud de la France. Et donc, ça va être beaucoup plus intéressant même de changer un peu le mode de production pour pouvoir envoyer 4, 6, 8 modules à la fois vers le sud de la France plutôt que d'envoyer 6 camions, 8 camions aller-retour sud de la France. Et alors, et ça c'est en fait le plus intéressant, on s'est rendu compte que finalement, le vrai enjeu, c'était de créer une vraie multimodalité. Et c'est de vraiment entrer dans la systémique pure et dure du train, de la route et des voies d'eau et des voies d'air. À la limite. Comment créer, et c'est de la systémique, comment superposer tout ça et de créer une multimodalité en faisant des leviers sur le stockage, les quais, le chargement, les machines et tout ça. C'est normal que ça soit éteint? Ok, voilà. Donc on va continuer l'aventure et ça a été de plein accord avec la direction du port autonome parce qu'on s'est rendu compte qu'il y avait finalement plus de travail qu'on pensait, et tant mieux, voilà, c'est comme ça. Et donc, on continue l'aventure avec eux. Et en tout cas, merci pour ce travail. Merci à Abla et l'équipe d'avoir si bien travaillé là-dessus. Et voilà, et maintenant, nous allons présenter brièvement... Voilà. Extrapreneur, la 8e édition. Alors, la 8e édition, on n'a pas encore tous les détails parce qu'on est en train de repenser la formule d'extrapreneur pour développer en fait la formule. Parce qu'on a voulu, vous aurez deviné, tester l'internationalisation. Alors, on n'a jamais été aussi efficace. C'est la cohorte extrapreneur 7 la plus performante de toutes. Donc, félicitations vraiment à tous et à l'équipe également qui a coaché, dont Nathalie, qu'on redit bonjour, voilà, qui est chez elle. On s'est dit maintenant qu'on sait le faire à l'international, maintenant on va monter d'un cran. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on va tomber pile poil au moment du début des plans de relance. Et donc, on va voir qui va gagner. Est-ce que c'est les 1800 milliards de l'Europe ou est-ce que c'est le travail terrain collaboratif entre les citoyens, les entreprises et les pouvoirs publics locaux. Relocaliser l'économie ensemble, en collaboration. Alors, on est en train de repenser la formule. Ça sera en francophonie. Donc, pour les francophones qui ont envie, qui ont une entreprise, qui ont envie d'innover, une entreprise qui a envie de nous lancer des défis, une entreprise qui a un problème de déchets, par exemple, ou un problème de talent, ou un territoire également. Pensez à des communes, à des villes, à des provinces, à des territoires en Belgique, au Grand-Duché, en France. Alors en France, il y a plusieurs niveaux de pouvoir, comme vous savez, les métropoles, les villes, les départements, les régions. Il y a l'embarras du choix. Lancez-nous des défis. Alors ça, c'est vraiment un vrai appel à défi. hello@extrapreneur.org. Envoyez-nous vos défis, vos demandes, et nous allons lâcher des extrapreneurs là-dessus. Nous allons former des gens de votre territoire sur vos propres défis. On peut donner d'autres exemples, hein, des bâtiments publics vides à repenser, comment transformer un bâtiment vide public en un lieu qui pulse la vie pour tout le quartier, comment gérer les déchets de façon locale. Et c'est évidemment un clin d'œil à notre ami Didier qui, je sais, attend dans la salle d'attente pour vous présenter son succès. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a comme enjeu? Relocaliser certaines industries. J'invente, hein, mais pourquoi pas ramener le textile dans le nord de la France, hein, ce sont des industries historiques. Donc, comment faire pour résoudre les enjeux du moment et à venir, de santé, de formation, etc., et des grands enjeux. Voilà, lancez nouveaux défis. Ça peut être des cercles d'affaires. Oui, également, pardon, Suisse romande, Maroc, francophonie, hein, donc ça peut être jusqu'au Canada également. On est dans des zones horaires qui le permettent. Voilà, en francophonie, 8e. Alors, la 8e édition va commencer le 4 octobre 2021 jusqu'au 10-12 décembre. On verra encore quelle sera la date. Mais voilà, lancez-nous vos défis. Ça sera aussi également une cohorte 8, Extrapreneur 8 qui sera très médiatisée. Voilà, donc, OK, all right. Alors, il faut dire que nous avons notre ami Didier Lodouex qui a fêté ses 60 ans l'année dernière, qu'on aime beaucoup parce qu'il est l'alumni de Extrapreneur de l'année passée, mais on le connaît depuis l'Extrapreneur 1. Donc, quand on a commencé à travailler sur les défis, les enjeux de la gestion des déchets en 2017-2018, qui était arrivé. Voilà, je propose qu'on le fasse entrer. Voilà, qui va nous raconter à lui, avec son affaire, auquel au début personne ne croyait, ça faisait rire tout le monde. Et ça, c'est bon. Quand ça fait rire tout le monde, c'est qu'on tient à quelque chose. Hein. Quoi? Il est où? Et donc Didier, on va faire du remplissage. Didier est un passionné de voitures anciennes, de rallye. Didier est notre partenaire dans le crime depuis des années. Et surtout, c'est notre fierté parce qu'il est passé plusieurs fois à la télévision avec sa première installation. Et voilà, et Didier habite en pays flamand, donc en fait c'est un flamand. Il cache bien son jeu. Et il se cache, notre ami Didier. Il est où? Il va arriver dans je fais du remplissage, voilà. Oui, pour dire au tout début, on avait quelques entreprises que je ne nommerai pas qui nous avaient dit « faites quelque chose autour des déchets ». Et quand on est rentré dans ce monde-là, on dit « mais mon Dieu, quel business, quelle incohérence, qu'est-ce que c'est que brûler tout dans des incinérateurs, quelle connerie. On brûle des matières organiques, on brûle enfin c'est n'importe quoi, on brûle des ressources. Et on s'est vraiment primitif et on est à Bruxelles ici, dans la capitale de l'Europe. Et on continue à faire des idioties pareilles et en réfléchissant avec un peu de bon sens et en regardant un peu ce qui se fait en Afrique d'intéressant, on s'est rendu compte qu'il y avait moyen de faire beaucoup mieux. Et on en a appris beaucoup d'ailleurs sur le low technology dans les pays émergents, dans les pays du tiers-monde même, qui font des choses extrêmement intéressantes avec leurs déchets. Voilà notre ami Didier. Youpi! Tu t'es fait désirer, hein? Tu joues ta star, hein, Didier?
Comme d'habitude, hein, tu sais ça quand même.
Il joue sa star. Mais écoute, the floor is yours, Didier. Voilà, raconte-nous un peu ton aventure depuis que tu nous as quitté, Extrapreneur.
Bien, ben écoutez, je vais vous partager. Voilà, donc en fait, Métabolisme aujourd'hui a été créé et est devenu en fait le spécialiste des solutions locales et circulaires pour le traitement des déchets. Et aujourd'hui, les solutions que Métabolisme vous donne, eh bien, au niveau front de nos déchets, les ressources de demain. Alors, je vais vous présenter un peu les différentes solutions que nous avons aujourd'hui au sein de Métabolisme. Donc,
Didier, tu peux peut-être mettre la présentation en mode présentation.
Voilà, je viens de le faire, voilà. Donc maintenant ici, vous voyez, on a en fait un composteur. C'est un composteur électromécanique qui va transformer les déchets, les biodéchets, donc en compost en une durée de 15 jours de manière continue. Et donc, si vous voyez la petite banane en haut à gauche, l'épluchure de banane, eh bien, dans 15 jours, elle sortira comme du compost, ce compost étant après utilisé pour amender les terrains et permettre également de cultiver des légumes, et ça permet d'arriver à une certaine autonomie alimentaire pour l'ensemble des habitants. Voilà ici quelques photos d'un des composteurs que nous avons. Ici, c'est au lycée technique de Saint-Guilain. Alors, en fait, en quoi c'est important également, c'est que Upcycle présente la possibilité de faire des économies par rapport au CO2. En effet, nous avons d'un côté des émissions de CO2 de 10 kg par tonne de déchets que nous traitons. Ça, c'est pour la fabrication et pour le transport. Mais ensuite, nous économisons 27 kg de CO2 par tonne de biodéchets grâce au fait que nous supprimons en fait les collectes et que deuxièmement, nous remettons le compost dans le sol et que nous stockons ainsi du carbone également. Nous avons 3 types d'appareils donc qui, en gros, vont pouvoir traiter entre 2000 et 8000 habitants par jour. Et on va avoir une surface qui va être requise entre un peu moins de 20 mètres carrés jusqu'à 60 mètres carrés, ce qui reste tout à fait raisonnable et qui peut être placé absolument partout. À cela, nous amenons également des broyeurs. Ces broyeurs, en fait, sont spécialement faits pour pouvoir traiter les sous-produits animaux et répondre aux normes européennes. Et nous sommes en fait les seuls à pouvoir répondre à ces normes européennes aujourd'hui en Belgique. Ce que nous faisons également, nous livrons des contenants comme des petits seaux ajourés avec un sac craft, des bio-seaux pour fermer et étanches pour dans les restaurants et les cuisines collectives, et des grands bacs de collecte de 120 litres. Nous avons également une star, c'est-à-dire notre remorque électrique qui peut être tirée soit à pied, soit derrière un vélo et qui peut prendre jusqu'à 6 poubelles de 120 litres, soit 200 kg de déchets. Ça permet de faire des collectes au niveau urbain. Voilà nos différentes réalisations. Donc aujourd'hui, il y a un composteur qui se situe au lycée technique de la province de Hainaut à Saint-Guilain. Et comme vous voyez, nous avons différents projets qui vont aboutir tous pour le moment d'ici à fin 2021. Donc, on va pouvoir augmenter de plus en plus la présence de cette solution. L'autre solution, c'est celle que nous appelons biométa, c'est-à-dire qu'en fait, par rapport toujours aux biodéchets, eh bien, nous traitons, nous les transformons en gaz bio, ce gaz bio pouvant à ce moment-là être connecté au réseau interne du client pour soit du chauffage, soit de nouveau sur une cuisinière ou autre en fonction. Et dans le même temps, ben, nous créons également de l'engrais liquide, et cet engrais liquide, eh bien, il va être utilisé comme pour le compost pour amender les sols. Donc ici, on a une double création d'éléments. En fait, cette machine est contrôlée avec une application et chaque utilisateur reçoit son application de telle manière à pouvoir suivre exactement ce qu'il a, tous les paramètres dont il a besoin. La machine est équipée d'une intelligence artificielle qui va permettre de reconnaître en fait les différents types de déchets qui vont atterrir dedans, de telle manière à adapter les réglages et optimiser la production de gaz, et aussi pour éviter qu'il y ait des déchets indésirables, style des couverts qui seraient tombés dedans. La machine prévient à ce moment-là l'utilisateur de les retirer avant de continuer. Comme vous pouvez le voir, nous avons également un broyeur intégré, donc c'est la deuxième solution qui répond également parfaitement aux différentes obligations européennes. Et pour vous donner une idée, en fait, 50 kg de biodéchets va produire 34 mètres cubes de biogaz et 1 litre d'engrais. Voilà. Et donc, ici, on a des machines qui vont pouvoir travailler entre 50 et 200 kilos par jour. Et comme vous voyez, aujourd'hui, nous avons 4 projets en cours, dont un très gros qui va concerner 16 maisons de repos dans le courant de l'année 2020, un hôpital psychiatrique également, et différents projets sur les îles Canaries. Enfin, notre dernière solution, celle-là, elle est à l'état de prototype. En fait, c'est une solution, c'est une machine qui va transmettre les différents plastiques, les différents types de plastiques, même de la frigolite, le bois, le PVC pas, l'aluminium en carburant. Et donc, pour vous donner une idée, la machine qui est ici présentée est la plus grosse et elle va pouvoir traiter 200 kg de déchets plastiques par jour et les transformer en 80 litres de carburant par jour également. Le gros avantage, c'est qu'elle est tout à fait modulable et que, comme vous voyez ici, on pourrait en faire une avec un seul module qui, elle, va à ce moment-là traiter 20 à 50 kilos par jour. Et vous voyez, même la plus grosse, elle fait 1,70 m de long sur 1,20 m et 1 m de hauteur. Donc, elle est tout à fait mobile également, c'est ça qui est très intéressant. Donc, aujourd'hui, on en est au stade du prototype et nous espérons que dans le courant de l'année 2023, la machine sera tout à fait commercialisable. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons déjà un endroit où nous allons commencer à faire fonctionner le prototype et nous cherchons un deuxième endroit pour le faire fonctionner. Et puis, les 2 têtes pensantes de métabolisme, vous les avez en face de vous. Donc, c'est moi-même qui fais la présentation ici. Et Marcel Hendricks, qui, lui, est en fait basé aux îles Canaries, est un spécialiste de l'oreca et du tourisme. Et dans cette optique-là, les îles aux Canaries sont un grand terrain de jeu pour lui, avec en plus le fait que dans ces îles, la problématique des déchets est absolument cruciale et qu'il n'y a aujourd'hui rien qui est organisé. Il vient d'ailleurs de recevoir la mission du gouverneur de Fuerteventura pour s'occuper justement de la mise en place de toutes les solutions métabolisme sur cette île pour les biodéchets et les plastiques dans le futur. Voilà, je vous remercie pour votre attention et si vous avez des questions, vous êtes les bienvenus.
Voilà, bravo, félicitations. En tout cas, un applaudissement pour Didier. C'est vraiment une réussite tout à fait intéressante. Pour ceux qui sont peut-être moins techniques, il faut s'imaginer que tout le système de la gestion des déchets va être retourné. Donc, au lieu de transporter de la valeur négative et tout brûler ou mettre dans des grands trous, on va transformer localement avec des petites batteries de plusieurs types les déchets en ressources utilisables localement. Donc, c'est une vraie révolution. Et donc, we can't wait pour aller faire ça dans des villes entières, là où il n'y a peut-être pas encore d'incinérateur, de commencer à partir d'une table rase et d'installer un petit peu partout des petites machines comme ça qui vont donner en plus du job, hein, ça va créer des emplois, non? Localement.
Oui, exactement. C'est un des buts de métabolisme, c'est évidemment de créer des emplois d'insertion ou adaptés de manière locale. Ce sont des emplois qui sont durables et non délocalisables. Et en fait, en plus, je dirais que nous apportons une valorisation et une mise en avant de la personne qui, avant, était juste celui qui traitait les déchets et qui transportait les déchets. Aujourd'hui, ça va devenir celui qui les valorise et qui va créer les ressources. Et donc là, de fait, c'est un grand plus par rapport à ça.
Voilà, et les grandes inspirations, on les trouve souvent en Afrique. Hein, pour ceux qui n'ont pas encore vu Les Chiffonniers du Caire sur Arte, c'est édifiant. C'est des milliers de personnes qui produisent des choses, un peu comme ce que tu es en train de faire ici, au Caire. Et donc, voilà, on a beaucoup de choses à apprendre de continents où on n'a pas l'air d'avoir beaucoup d'intérêt. Mais donc ça, c'est vraiment, il y a des choses à faire. Félicitations, merci Didier de ta visite. Voilà, nous touchons à la fin de ce 9e sommet, sniff sniff. En tout cas, bravo à tous. Je vais commencer pour clôturer ce sommet, par remercier tout d'abord l'équipe qui a fait un travail extraordinaire. Benoît, hein, qui est là, qui est partout à la fois, ce Benoît. Bravo Benoît. Nathalie qui est chez elle, on lui fait un gros bisou à Nathalie. Nathalie qui a joué un rôle très important et souvent ingrat de shotter dans les groupes parce que ça n'allait pas assez vite. Et donc ça, c'est le caractère de Nathalie. On l'aime comme ça, change rien. Remets-toi bien. Merci pour tout ce que tu as fait. Alors, nos stagiaires préférés, on a dans le désordre, on a Linda, qui est là, qui s'occupe des réseaux, c'est elle qui poste, qui fait les montages de vidéos, elle fait plein de choses. On a Elsa qui est là, qui était derrière la caméra, qui nous vient. Ce sont tous des Françaises. Comment ça se fait que les Français nous aiment tellement? On ne sait pas. En tout cas, on les adore. Merci de tout votre travail. Nous avons Tendresse qui porte très bien son nom, qui est là également et qui va nous rester encore quelques mois, heureusement. On a beaucoup de choses à faire encore. Nous avons Stéphane qui était dans la salle d'attente. C'était peut-être un job ingrat, mais tellement important pour tester les micros, tester les caméras. Sans lui, ce sommet ne serait nécessairement pas une réussite. Nous avons des stagiaires passés, alors on ne va pas pouvoir les nommer tous, mais en tout cas, il y avait Maxime, si tu nous vois, bisous, à Bordeaux. Marie-Fleur, je sais qu'elle nous regarde. François également, qui a travaillé sur le Club of Brussels. Thank you a lot to our 8 excellent visionary speakers. It was a great honor and pleasure to have you. It was really gold, and we will watch again and again those videos because, by the way, all those videos will be chopped up and shared in the whole summer. Yeah? On compte sur vous pour les repartager et les relayer, et qu'on puisse continuer à se plonger dedans. Et voilà. Alors, merci un million de fois au Press Club, à Léo qui est là. On l'a pas vu, on l'a pas entendu, mais sans lui, on serait foutu. Hein, on aurait été foutu sans Léo. Bravo. Vraiment, hein, la préparation, il n'a pas compté ses heures, donc, franchement. Et le Press Club, on aime beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il est Laurent? Il se cache évidemment. Laurent Briet qui gère le Press Club comme un chef. Et donc, c'est une plaque tournante des médias et de la presse. Et donc, on est ravis d'être ici. Vraiment, c'est une super installation. On adore. Voilà. Alors, nos partenaires de Extrapreneur 7 et de Executive Training 1 et 2, le port autonome de Namur, Spinel Advisory, Pierre et son équipe à Lyon et partout dans le monde, le Cercle Intermills à Malmedy avec Luc. Bonjour Luc, bonjour le Cercle, bonjour Malmedy. Rendez-vous bientôt, on viendra vous voir cet été. Workplace Options avec Yves et Marinusa et leurs équipes. Merci et bravo pour l'achievement. C'est vraiment le début de quelque chose de vraiment thrilling et de très décoiffant. Et en tout cas, on pourra, je pense, aider beaucoup de gens avec toute cette démarche-là. C'est ça vraiment le but du projet. La Brussels School of Governance avec Sven van Kerkhoven également. Est-ce que j'oublie? J'espère que j'oublie personne. Dites-moi, soufflez-moi si j'oublie quelqu'un. Bah, ça serait pire. Voilà. En tout cas, félicitations à nos clubbers, c'est-à-dire nos alumni de la première et la deuxième édition de l'Executive Training, qui sont un petit peu partout dans le monde. Je n'ai pas encore compté le nombre de pays, mais on va faire une petite carte avec des petits drapeaux. On avait Bratislava, Lisbonne, Rio, enfin c'était partout. C'est gai comme tout. Et les extrapreneurs, évidemment, ça c'est 5 ou 6 pays. Ça, on le sait maintenant, vous les avez vus. Alors, maintenant, pour conclure et pour finir, un grand appel avant d'aller faire une fête. Mais alors, je vous assure qu'on va faire la fête tous ensemble. Hein? Quoi? Oui. Attends, j'ai rien pour attendre. Attendez, quittez pas. Voilà, alors, Extrapreneur 8. Extrapreneur 8 démarre le 4 octobre. Et ça sera en francophonie. Appel aux entreprises qui ont envie de vraiment faire des trucs, qui n'ont pas envie d'attendre... attendre qui? Voilà, attendre peut-être une... Non, ceux qui veulent vraiment agir sur le terrain de façon collaborative, les communes, les territoires, responsables territoriaux, les cercles d'affaires, toutes ces gens qui ont dit « Ok, bon, on a compris, on ne va pas attendre l'argent parachute, on va commencer à bosser sur le terrain avec ce qu'on a, de façon intelligente. » De nouveau en francophonie. Au contraire, on aime de plus en plus, n'est-ce pas? Les Tunisiens, les Marocains, on peut descendre en francophonie jusqu'au Sénégal, etc. On n'a peur de rien. Seychelles également. Voilà. Alors, et les citoyens, vous, parlez-en à vos amis, vos neveux, vos nièces, vos cousins, vos voisins, vos pères, vos grands-pères. On a eu pour l'instant des alumni de 20 à 70 ans. Donc, parlez-en à vos amis pour participer à Extrapreneur en francophonie du 3-4 octobre jusqu'au 12 décembre. Alors, quoi? Oui, allez sur le site, hein, extrapreneur.org, au pluriel.org. Les inscriptions sont ouvertes, c'est très simple. Benoît nous a fait une super page d'accueil, hein, et ça arrive automatiquement. Donc, inscrivez-vous et vous tiendra au courant des sessions d'information. Alors, for the executive training, for the managers, leaders, entrepreneurs, who, of course, master English, it's in English, the next session, the third edition of the executive training, it starts on 13 September for 6 weeks in evening course on Mondays and Wednesdays from 5 p.m. 30 to 8 p.m. 30 Central European time. So check out your time zone so you can participate. You can also go on the internet site clubofbrussels.org executive training to register. Know that every paying ticket pays for a young future leader, and we need them. Huh? We need young future leaders. We need them to work, to learn to work with us and to solve those historical challenges. So you see, one ticket pays for a second ticket completely for free. Voilà, and that's about it. Ok, parlez-en à vos amis. Merci à tous. Rendez-vous bientôt ce soir ou l'année prochaine.